Hello, hello, hello. To what's gonna be the final case of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Because last time we finished Severed Ties, which was quite the case. And now we're gonna start with the last one. I don't think we're gonna finish in this episode today, because those 7 hours of continuous reading and attempting to voice act was quite straining. So let's, try to aim for a 2-episode thing or something, unless this one is shorter for some reason. But given that it's the final case, I'm having my doubts. But yeah, hopefully we can clear things up with our mother figure. Also, I guess one thing I didn't mention last time, I guess, depending on how this goes, right, how the story develops from here, I may or may not be unhappy with how the case ended last time, because it was kind of a Deus Ex Machina type thing, right? Like, nope, you're gonna reveal that thing to me now, bada boom, and then here you go. Hopefully there's something to it that makes it less forced. But we'll see as we get into it right now. I wonder if the person from the thumbnail there is like the king or whatever. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits. But it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it, a little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard. But I never felt that uneasiness, not even once. It made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. And maybe I am. But the time I spent with you filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. I guess this might be Celeste talking. But, we'll see, I guess. It felt good to protect you. I'll stick with this unknown voice. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. And whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? Episode 5, Attorney of the Arcane. That's the title of the game. Tyrion? You still haven't gotten out of bed yet? It's almost noon. I think I just want to rest today. You've been saying that for the last 10 days. Oof. Someone is actually here to see you. You should really get out of bed. Is it tomorrow? No. I'm still not really in the mood. Can you just send them away? That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time. Steelwind. It's my wife. As the prosecutor enters your room, you immediately leap out of your bed. But you didn't realize that you weren't wearing pants. Uh-oh! You try to futilely clean your unkempt hair, but you are just making it worse. Tyrion, pants! Probably wearing underpants though, so not exactly what I was saying. Right, sorry. We'll give you some time to ready yourself. I knew he was in a rut, but I certainly didn't expect this. I know, I'm really worried about him. I empathize with his situation, but it's been a month already. Damn. Have you tried speaking with him? He has opened up to you before. I did, but I think he's really broken up over what happened with Ruby. He's basically the closest thing he had to family. I see. Perhaps he just needs more time. After taking some time to make yourself presentable, you exit your room to greet the prosecutor properly. Sorry about that. No, I suppose the fault is mine. I shouldn't have intruded. Anyways, what brings you here? What's that? It's a fantasy novel that you've been reading through. Recently, you've had a lot of time to read through your collection. Did you read that mystery novel I lent you? I did, but I kind of guessed the twist from the beginning. What? How? The author called a lot of the attention to the vials she dropped. It was pretty obvious the nurse accidentally switched them. I guess fiction can't be the real murder investigation for you. It's a stairway leading to the second story of your home. You haven't cleaned up the upper floor in a while, so it would probably be best to make sure Steelwind doesn't wander up there. Oh, remember when I helped you move this bed from the flea market? Right. You recall her doing most, if not all, of the work. You didn't even know that carrying a bed single-handedly was humanly possible.
Prepare your Arcanum!
Unsurprisingly, no magic in place here. Alright. How do you like this? Why are you showing this to me? Sorry, force of habit. How do you feel about my other wife? Alright, fine. Me. Hey, oops, sorry. Are you doing well, Mr. Cuthbert? You seem... I'm fine. Of course. I just couldn't help but notice your absence. You haven't taken any other clients since Beatrice's trial. I'm going to be honest. I'm not even sure if I want to be a defense attorney anymore. What? I've spent my whole life training to be one, but I was only doing it because someone else told me to. Did you not enjoy it? You are very skilled at it. I don't know. I've been trying to take some time to think about everything, but you still haven't found any answers. Have you considered becoming a prosecutor? Your time as my stand-in made it clear that you have the ability to. A prosecutor? You would have never even considered that a year ago. But you understand now, there are criminals who need to be brought to justice. And despite how difficult she is to face, Steelwind never engages in outright corruption like the other prosecutors of the Crown. If you follow her example, you could find justice that way, in injustice. But even if you did that, you'd just be following someone else's footsteps, just like before. I'll think about it. Please do. At this point, I could use all the help I can find. So what's the matter, you? Have your injuries been healing well? Yes, Nightgrave's skill in necromancy is quite remarkable. I'm glad I introduced him to House Asclepius. That's a familiar name to anyone who has any, I guess, information about alchemy and stuff like that, right? Comes up in lots of stories. But Asclepius is definitely a funny name if you say it like that. Asclepius? I'm gonna assume that's pronounced like that, because Asclepius is too silly. House Asclepius specializes in the study of necromancy. After Nightgrave's expulsion from the academy, I thought it was only right that he be allowed to continue his studies. Right, he mentioned that he owed you a favor. It was only logical. It would be a waste to let someone of his talents fade into obscurity. You're glad Wallace was able to continue his studies? He clearly wants to use his talents to better society. He's definitely in a better place than you are right now. Even so, should you still be moving around like this? You should take some time off to recover. Dude, it's been a month, apparently. I mean, I guess her wounds were quite severe, but still. As much as I would like to, there's been a recent uptick in cases of mage blight lately. Mage blight? You recall hearing about that many times. If a mage exceeds their stamina by overusing their magic, it starts to affect their mind and send them into a violent frenzy. To make matters worse, the nobility has been trying to suppress information about these incidents. Right, it's not good. It's not a good look whenever a mage goes on a murderous rampage. Frigging nobles, am I right? I was actually surprised to see you here, Celeste. Well, I can't just leave him alone anymore. He ticked off a criminal overlord. Who is now dead, as far as I know. They're definitely going to send someone after him. And he can't really take care of himself right now. Celeste, your thoughts are leaking. Hey, get out of my head. What? What? It's nothing. I am surprised, though. Not many people slight the Eye-Taker and live. He's known for taking swift retaliation against his enemies. We're hoping he's laying low after his plan with Beatrice fell through. Oh, he's laying low. 6 feet underground. It does match with the reports I've read. Supposedly he's been absent from many of his enterprises. Either way, you're not looking forward to dealing with him. Bad enough that you're already on the nobility's bad side. Not the nobility's bad side. So, by the way, Tyrion, Ruby sent another letter. Oh. Do you want to put it in with the rest? Right. Have you spoken to her since the trial? I see. That does explain her recent mood. Right, you two probably see each other a lot. I've prosecuted a few of her clients recently, but it's clear she's not nearly as threatening as before. Should we talk about something else? Of course, my apologies. We need to deal with this though, also with whatever this is. Oh, the tea's ready. Oh, the tea. Oh, thank you. Some tea sounds lovely right now. Alright, I was totally making it for you guys. Is it her lotus tea? She walks to the cabinet in your kitchen, and she takes out 2 more teacups. You guys better enjoy this. These are my last bags now. Whoa! As she walks over to you, she slips on a scroll case that you left on the floor. She regains her balance, but the teacups slip out of her hands. The boiling liquid is airborne and is heading right towards your face. Figacqua! Celeste reacts immediately and points her index finger at the tea. Her magic takes hold, and the tea freezes just inches from her face. She breathes a sigh of relief, and she brings the tea back into their cups. You really need to clean this place. I'm your bodyguard, not your maid. Good point. Right, sorry about that. That was shaped liquid, wasn't it? Yeah. An instrumental spell in a previous case. Oh, I never expected you to... I know, but it's just too convenient not to have. She really opened her mind about learning new spells. Do you remember when you first met her? Back then, she only knew how to cast Mage Blade. She hated magic back then. You never imagined how diverse her repertoire would become. Might be one of the most diverse repertoires of magic in the kingdom. Another visitor? I'm already up, I'll check it. Well, whoever they are, I'm not giving up any more of my lotus tea. You open the door and don't see anyone, but there's a letter in your mailbox. You take a closer look at the envelope. It's sealed with candle wax. There's a crest on it. It's the insignia of House Pierce. House Pierce, huh? You quickly open the letter and read it. Despite supposedly being written by a noble, the paper has been torn in half, but the message is clear. I hope you understand. I would have never contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage, and I'm aware of how vital this information is to you. As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month, and I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information with you. In exchange, you will grant me my freedom. Meet me in the private prayer room within the Grand Cathedral of the Scale Lord at 2 p.m. You will save me from my fate, or else. What? I think this sounds kind of like a trap. I mean, it might not be because story reasons, but if I read this and didn't have the context, I would just think, yo, he's trying to kill me, or has some other kind of trap. If he thinks for a second that we'd even think of helping him. I know how you feel, but aren't these the answers you've been looking for? I don't care, we're not going to help him. That was never an option, but there's clearly more to this. I agree. How was he able to find out in the first place? The truth is, Celeste, I've also been looking into your parentage. What? Why didn't you say anything? I'm sorry, but I didn't want to raise your hopes. And I was apparently right to do so. I couldn't find any information regarding your birth. So, if you couldn't find anything, how was Pierce able to? House Pierce is slow on the political hierarchy. He doesn't have access to the resources I do. He does own the land of the McCoy Tavern, and the land the McCoy Tavern is on. But frankly, this whole situation is quite suspect. And why would he ask for my help? I was the one who indicted him in the first place. Even if I did agree to help him, it would be nearly impossible for me to get him an acquittal. AO fiber. He must be desperate. His execution is scheduled for next month, after all. It's been quite some time since that case, right? So, kinda nuts that he hasn't been executed yet. I guess I don't really know how long it takes. It's possible that he reached out to tomorrow as well. I mean... yeah, I mean, if I were, I totally would. Still, I can't believe he'd set up a meeting at the Grand Cathedral today of all days. Why? What's happening here there? I'm sorry, but it's not my place to tell you. What? You can't just tease it like that and then not deliver. Arya, can I talk with Tyrion alone for a minute? Of course, I'm sure you have much to discuss. I actually also have business at the cathedral today. I can't believe he'd use that as an opportunity. I'll be taking my leave. I'm sorry, I'm sure this is just bringing up bad memories for you. I don't know if Japan wants to be the next Michigan. We should meet up with him. What? We're not going to help him, obviously, but I had an idea. He's probably really scared of his execution, right? And he's desperate enough to ask you for help. North Dakota, now that's a place. Who wouldn't want to be the next North Dakota? I suppose that's true. So, think about how stressed he would be if you showed up and refused to help him. Huh? I could use the IFORs on him. We can get the info we need without having to give him anything. But are you really okay with this? You'll have to see him again. Yeah, I'll manage. And it'll be worth it if we can finally get the answers I'm looking for. You've already gotten our hopes up, but there's no guarantee that he actually knows the truth. He could just be bluffing to get you to help him. But if he does know, you can't just ignore this. You need to verify his claims yourself. Wowee. What a place. So this is the Grand Cathedral of the Scale Lord. Have you never been there before? I thought you spent a lot of time in Rathome. The Church of Bahamut wasn't that popular in my hometown, and I've never been the religious type. What about you? It never really caught on with me. And apparently my roots are more celestial than draconic. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He certainly has the looks for it. Oh. Your thoughts are leaking again. Can you stop? I can't exactly turn it off, you know. Do those mental exercises I taught you. As you approach the Grand Cathedral, you see a large blockade guarded by legions of the Kingsguard. It's closed off. Is there some kind of event going on? I mean, given what Arya told us, there must be something. She recalls Tyrion mentioning that she was heading there as well. The nobility must be using the cathedral grounds for something. It might explain why Pierce wanted to meet you there. It's probably secluded from prying eyes out today. Tyrion Cuthbert, as you approach the blockade, one of the knights all notices you. He glances at you and Celeste. We've been expecting you. I see. You exchange glances with Celeste, but you both enter the cathedral grounds. Let me have some water real quick. The main building is massive, yet mostly empty. You only see a few people within, and most of them are quite familiar. Hey, spot Life and Miriam as you head further into the room. They both avoid eye contact with you, but it doesn't seem to be purely out of resentment. As soon as they see you, they move their conversation elsewhere. It's clear they still have mixed feelings about how you convicted their sister. In another corner of the room, you spot Lloyd von Sanctus speaking with another individual. Who's that? She seems to be someone of equal social status. You feel like you've seen her somewhere before, but you can't quite remember where. I don't think we've met her in the game. As soon as you enter the room, von Sanctus flashes a quick look of disdain at you. You see him slowly move his conversation out of the room as well. Oh, and finally, you see Lucio Steelwind speaking with his daughter, along with the two princes. Hey, this is the guy from the thumbnail of the case. They seem to be speaking with another individual that you haven't met before. When he notices you, his gaze narrows, and he stares at the two of you warily. Asta especially seems surprised to see you here. He and Lucio ask the prosecutor some questions, but you can't quite hear the conversation. When she responds, Asta raises his eyebrows, and Lucio's expression darkens. When she responds. I think I've misread that phrase. What's going on here? This is a little awkward. Yeah, but we have some time before our meeting with Pierce. You want to go do some sightseeing? No? Are you asking me out? We are literally already out. Sure, why not? I picked up this map from the entrance. We can use it to navigate through the area. Okay. Map of the Grand Cathedral. I'm also a little interested in what all these nobles are doing here. It is strange. Perhaps someone can tell you more. Perhaps. There's an altar at the end of the room. A religious figure would probably give a sermon here. It's a stained glass window. A small ray of sunlight is shining through it. There are rows upon rows of seats for worshippers to sit at. At full capacity, this room could probably host thousands of people at a time.
Arcane.
Okay. I stirred a bit. I think I saw Arya over there. God damn it, fucking auto skip. Over there. We should go say hi. As you approach the group, the Grand Cathedral and the unnamed nobles stare at the two of you. Hello. The nobleman looks at you and then at Celeste. He silently scans the two of you. And it's as if he's trying to read something. Does he have celestial eyes or whatever of his own? He then walks away without a word. Rude. At this point, I'm kind of used to it. Mr. Cuthbert, Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here. What? I thought you were the one who invited them. I'm sad to say I didn't. Although I am happy to see you two, nonetheless. What brings you to the Grand Cathedral today? We were actually invited by another noble. We have a meeting with him. What? None of the nobles here are allowed to invite guests. Why didn't the guards stop you? Oh, they said they were expecting us? What? It was not Pierce who invited them. Pierce? That little. And to think I granted his request for temporary release. I'm sure he meant no disrespect by it. He probably had his reasons. How can you say that? This is the day of your... Okay. He stops himself mid-sentence and clears his throat. His coronation? That would be rather important. Make no mistake, even if he is a dead man, I will have words with him about this. Well, what's happening here? I have to ask, what are all of these nobles gathered here? Why are all of you? You've taken over the entire Grand Cathedral. As you ask the question, everyone seems to tense out. The prosecutor awkwardly looks at the two princes. Prince Alaric avoids eye contact with everyone and just stares at the ground. I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you that. It's a matter of public safety. I see. It's a little strange, but you can read the room. I guess if it was a coronation, then it would be more publicly known, right? Prying isn't the best thing to do right now. You said that Lord Prius invited you here. For what reason? I can't really tell you that. You will tell us if it poses a threat to the nobles in attendance. Please, Lord Steelwind, there's no need for that. Mr. Cuthbert would never do anything to put anyone's life in danger. Right. As you wish, Your Majesty. Is this the reason? Is this the reason why Pierce asked for temporary release? Probably. Interesting, so Piers was temporarily released to attend whatever this is. He could have met with you in his cell, but perhaps he wanted to be away from prying eyes. Majesty, warned your Majesty, the High Speaker is ready to speak with you.
Oh, Wonderful. I've been looking forward to this all day. Shall we go together, Miss Stewart?
Yes, your Majesty, she would like to accompany you.
Wonderful. We shouldn't keep him waiting. Okay.
What is this there? Betrothal, marriage, something? Surely not. She's mine. And when I say mine, I don't mean Tyrion's, I mean me. Me. My person. Me, this guy here. Here, me. Scared Lord, how does she plan to marry him if she can't even speak properly in his presence?
Honestly, I also have something important to do. Good day to you, commoners.
Okay.
He's going to watch the washrooms.
I will be taking my leave as well, but make no mistake. My men will be keeping an eye on you too. Okay. Everyone has left the room. Perhaps you should move somewhere else. I guess it's good that some guards are watching us in case, in case that other guy wants us dead. I guess the commoners are going to the common room. Now, what are you doing here? Did you follow us?
Not intentionally.
Trust me, you're the last person we wanted to see today.
Hush now, von Sanctus. If they are here by chance, it is because the cosmic balance wills it so.
Not this again. Sorry, I don't think we've met.
I am Caroline Sybil, lady of the house of Sybil. She's a noble.
So this is the head of the fourth pillar family. She's not quite what you were expecting. Between her, Lucio, Lloyd, and William, she definitely seems the most agreeable. Maybe. For better or worse, you've gotten to know the other pillar families decently well. It might benefit you to learn more about her. Speak about my wife with me. What do you think about this, Lady Sybil?
It is not my role to speak of such things.
In other words, she has nothing to say about that. Alright. Wait, first examine. The sunlight is shining through the glass window. A ceramic altar is at the end of this room.
Prepario Arcanum.
Alright. So you're the leader of House Sybil? What does your family do exactly? How are you this ignorant? She is 38 and knows divination magic.
Each of the four pillars, as you commoners call them, control different branches of the kingdom's government. House Steelwind oversees national defense and law enforcement. House Frege oversees economic development and finances. House von Sanctus handles commerce, both local and international. And finally, there's House Sybil. We handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches.
That would also mean you're responsible for our kingdom's justice system?
That is correct.
Oh, wonderful. Here we go. Well, with regards to justice system, Lady Sybil, are you aware of the rampant corruption happening within your justice system?
I suppose it's only inevitable that you'd see it that way.
Am I wrong? I've been involved in plenty of court cases and it's very obvious. All your courts care about is closing cases as quickly as possible. The system is corrupt to its core. The courts don't even try to hide it half of the time.
Yet you've prevailed against the so-called corruption in each and every one of your cases.
Only against every conceivable odd, and I can't be everywhere. Do you have any idea how many commoners are falsely convicted every day?
If they are convicted under my system, it's only because the cosmic balance deems it so.
Oh, okay. What are you even talking about?
The cosmic balance is the natural order of things. Under it, the guilty are punished while the innocent are protected.
And yet, when a noble commits a crime, they only need to waive their influence to escape any consequences. All while their victims are forced to suffer in silence. Or worse, an innocent commoner is framed for the crime.
Regardless of your personal feelings, our kingdom needs the nobility to govern the people. If they were held to the same standards as commoners, our society would surely collapse.
You take back what you said about her being the most agreeable of the four pillars. The nobility. So you think nobles like Pierce and Von Sanctus should be allowed to get away with murder? Are you still sore about that? I'm sure you realized it by now. I've more than paid for what happened with Jason Wynn. I don't think that was his name.
His name was Justin Wade.
And if you were truly paying for your crimes, you would be in prison right now.
Von Sanctus made a mistake, but removing him from his position would only create more suffering.
Admittedly, it was an accident, but he still, you know, what he did afterwards and stuff is what made his crime truly heinous. But anyway,
Our government is barely recovering from the death of William Frege. Wolfengard can't suffer the loss of another house leader in this close to that.
The way I see it, I think you nobles overstate your importance in our lives. We'd probably be fine without you. And I suppose you commoners are capable of coordinating macroeconomic initiatives. Oh, and I suppose you're also capable of engaging in diplomacy with the other nations. Face it, as much as you are loath to admit it, ours is a symbiotic relationship.
More like parasitic, yeah.
So what? The common folk should just continue to suffer for the good of our nation? Oh wait, I said that. I was like, wait, why would he say that? Lady Sybil, the people of the kingdom you claim to be protecting are suffering because of your inaction.
My inaction? You place the blame on me, but what have you done? You were once a champion of your so-called justice, but you've stopped your work as a defense attorney. How many lives could you have saved in the month that you spent on vacation? It's not his responsibility to solve your mess. You have no idea how much he's suffering trying to do the right thing.
Celeste.
Perhaps you're right. He shouldn't bear that responsibility alone. But every commoner has the ability to learn and practice law as you do, Mr. Cuthbert. So why are you the one of the few commoners that do so? From what I've heard, you're one of the few people who defend mages of the common folk. Every other attorney wouldn't even consider taking them as clients. Perhaps the problem lies in the common folk then? They are fully capable of rising to defend the so-called innocent, yet they do nothing.
Never mind, this was clearly a mistake. Let's go, Celeste.
Yeah.
Finally, thank the scaled lord. So pleasant.
You okay?
Yeah, I guess I should have expected that. But I never expected someone with so much power to be so out of touch with reality.
Come on, let's go somewhere else. We still have some time before the meeting.
How do you feel about the spell? How do you feel about my wife? I think I already showed her my other wife, so how do you feel about Tracker? Okay, cool that he's still here. Alright, well I guess that's every important thing then. The garden, and the unicorn, or the horse I guess has a party hat, that's nice. You find yourself in the Grand Cathedral's garden and stumble upon a strange statue.
Wow, that's a little out of place. What even is that?
Beatrice is here and stuff, that's interesting.
If my memory is correct, it's a Pegasus. Ah.
Hello, friends. As you inspect the contemporary piece of artwork, you are startled by a familiar voice. And it looks like she's not alone either. Hey, it's my wife. Along with Eris, she seems to be accompanied by both of her sisters. Beatrice, aren't you supposed to be...
dead?
Sorry, I wasn't trying to say.
No, it's perfectly understandable. You, of all people, know that what was on my blood contract. But it appears the Lady of Discord isn't going to use me just... isn't going to kill me just yet. Do you really have to do that?
What?
Never mind.
Okay, so she's aware of stuff happening. Right. It's a little awkward speaking with the Frigga sisters after everything that's happened. But they don't seem hostile, and all things considered, you prefer their company over Sybil's. Although you're still not sure how to feel about speaking with a murderer, especially one that you indicted. But Beatrice clearly knows more about demons and their kind than you do. I wonder if she knows anything about the Heavensborn. We do wonder. So, you seem to be doing well, all things considered.
You mean how a demon now has ownership of my soul?
Yeah, that.
How can you be so...
wait, that's Miriam. Jeez. But I gave them basically the same voice. Well, that's how it's gonna be.
How can you be so calm about this? I must agree with Miriam. It's a little unnerving how nonchalantly you are treating this. I suppose it's the knowledge that everything is out of my hands now. There's something peaceful about it. That's certainly a positive way to look at it.
You know, my offer still stands. I can try to help you.
At the risk of your own life.
Which
Which part of the contract would you dispute anyways?
The Divine Edict made you aware of every element of the blood contract. There was very little room for interpretation. It was airtight.
The demon I signed the contract with was very meticulous about the details. I've spent the last 5 years looking for any possible loopholes, but I didn't find anything substantial I could use. I don't even think disputing is possible.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You defeated me. I won't suffer your pity.
Wait, if you're here, does that mean Marinath is also?
Oh, heavens no. There's no way they'd let me bring him here, of all places. I left him at the entrance with the King's Guard. If he tries to escape, that knight over there is ordered to kill me.
Ooh. She gestures towards the knight that's silently watching the sisters from afar. You're surprisingly calm about this.
Please, I regularly deal with demons. This is nothing in comparison to that. You really haven't changed. I suppose not.
Wait, does that mean you can't see right now? How did you know which statue I was looking at?
It was a lucky guess. That grotesque statue certainly makes an impression on you.
Oh right, it's a Pegasus actually, not a unicorn or a regular horse. Weird that I'm only noticing that now.
Our Marinath just spoke with me. He wanted me to let you know that he can smell your celestial stink from the entrance.
Love you too, Marinath.
Oh no. I probably shouldn't repeat his response to that.
By the way, you seem to know a lot more about these things than I do. What exactly is a Heavensborn?
What? Did you seriously not know? But you did know how to issue a divine edict. That's a very advanced technique.
It sort of came out of me in the moment.
What? Anyways, I'm quite surprised you don't know about your lineage.
Perhaps my mother knew, but I lost her when I was really young. Eris, my wife, very interested in what I have to say because she loves me. No other reason.
I see. You have my condolences. But to answer your question, a Heavensborn is a human whose bloodline has been touched by the gods.
Gods? You mean like the Scared Lord?
No, I'm speaking of the actual gods. Beatrice, you can't say that here. Now come off it. What's the church going to do, arrest me? Anyways, your blood has been touched by the celestials of the upper planes. Much like my soul is bound to the abyssal hells, your soul is consecrated and tied to the heavens.
The heavens? Is that why you're able to use the Eye of Horus? Is it some kind of angelic power?
Make no mistake though, if you find yourself under the wrong circumstances, even you can be sent to hell.
Cool. The Church of Bahamut is prominent in Wyverngard, but this is the first time I've heard of the Celestial Gods.
Ah, that makes sense. It's probably because of Wyverngard's bloody history with the theocracy of Lumina.
Tard Lumina? Melty Blood? Now on sale, 60% off, I think. With 8 DLC characters for free or something? The Theocracy? Aren't they the nation east of us?
Yes, the Luminites worship the celestial gods, while our people worship the ancient dragons. A few centuries ago, our nation was locked in a bitter war with the Luminites. Even now, the Crown sees the celestial religions as a threat to our draconic culture. The Church has done its best to wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials.
But I think we heard from Museans, or however you say it, that a sequel is probably most likely in the works. So I wonder if maybe we'll deal with other countries and their systems in that. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
The Church has done its best to wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials.
Great. I see.
But if your bloodline is blessed by the Celestials, does that mean that our kids will also be Heavensborn?
Well, you are just being so forward here. I suppose so. I think my mother was also... Wait, what did you just say?
Your kids? I asked if your kids will be Heavensborn.
Uh-huh. Oh, I must have misheard you then.
Wow. If only you were always this easy to lie to.
Anyways, I'm a little curious about the theocracy of Lumina. If they worship Celestials there, would I find other Heavensborn there?
Heavensborn aren't that common there either. Frankly, I'm surprised there's even one Heavensborn living in Orvangard. How did your bloodline even find its way here?
I suppose I don't really know. My mother never told me much about our ancestry.
That makes sense. If the Church of Bahamut knew what you were, they would have definitely hunted you down.
Great! The last thing you need is another faction that wants to kill you.
Anyways, travel into and out of Orvangard is technically illegal, and I doubt Lord Steelwind would make an exception for you. After all, House Steelwind was essentially founded by veterans of the Great Luminite War.
Okay, so you're not allowed to leave this country. That's kind of fucked up. I mean, obviously, if you do manage to leave, how are they going to punish you? But still, veteran? Vet?
Oh no.
No, I hate the vet. I'm not going. You never may take me alive. Oh, you. Arf, arf, arf. You all watch as Trekker frantically runs through the garden, barking loudly. Flyfig chases after him as he runs toward a passing knight.
I should probably go get her. Go help her.
It's almost 2 PM anyways. We should head to the prayer room. But I guess I had a chance to examine, but I just didn't do it, did I? Also, we haven't talked about Eris. Hold on. Thank you for answering my questions, Beatrice. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you with your situation.
Of course. Let's go, Celeste. Right?
No, wait!
Try not to look so down. It's almost time for the main event. Why did you bring me here?
I was saving talking about Eris for last, because obviously that's the best topic. No!
Oh, who knows? Whatever you're planning to make me do, please. Please don't make me harm my sisters. You're in no position to make demands. You will just have to see for yourself. Stay safe, Mr. Cuthbert.
No! I guess I can at least examine this now. The statue. I can only feel its suffering.
What?
Its face is contorted into an expression of pure agony. I guess it looks kinda uncomfortable. It screams out in terror, yet no one can hear its pleas for mercy. Someone ignorant of its plight has placed some sort of vain party hat upon its head. It's as if they are mocking its torment, like some kind of demon torturing a poor soul in the fields of awareness.
What are you even saying?
I'm sorry. I need to take a moment to think about what I've just witnessed here. We all should.
Alright, Tyrion, you go do that.
Repario Arcanum!
No schmagic. I guess we're going to the prayer room, which features some interesting windows. Are you ready?
Yeah. At least I hope so.
If it becomes too much for you, don't hesitate to leave. Or don't hesitate to stab the guy. I only need a few moments to look into his mind.
No, I'm the one who asked you to do this. And I'm not going to leave you alone with him.
Alright, if that's what you want.
Tyrion?
Yeah?
Thank you for doing this. It really means a lot to me.
Of course, this will finally give you the answers you've been looking for.
It's not just that. You've done so much for me since I met you. You got me acquitted, you helped me work through my grief for my dad. It feels like I can never repay that.
What are you talking about? For the past few months, all I've been doing is relying on you.
I genuinely don't know what I'd do if you weren't part of my life. I should tell him.
Tell him what? Tell me what?
Ah, get out of my head.
You're really bad at guarding your mind. You know you can't tell me anything, right? Oh.
Ah, Arya? How long have you been standing there? Well, I knew you'd be here around this time. I wanted to wish you luck. But then you two seemed to be in the middle of something. I didn't want to interrupt.
What's this music?
Don't stop on my account. I'll just get out of your way.
As she awkwardly skitters away, you see something fall out of her pocket.
Oh, Arya, you dropped your runestone.
As Celeste picks up the runestone, she accidentally activates it. Oops. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but Arya quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks peek at it. Is it an image of her betrothed?
Oh. Oh, I see.
Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that.
Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. Thank you.
Or maybe it's something related to what they were doing there.
Good luck.
A part of you really wants to know what she saw, but one of you has to exercise some self-restraint. Anyways, let's go meet with him.
Yeah, let's do this. I can tell him after.
Can't you though? Right, that's what he looked like. Ah, you finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided. Wait, you too?
We got your letter.
Letter? What letter?
You sent us a letter, Pierce.
It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send the letter, but not to you two. Not to you two. What? I don't like this.
I don't like this. And so the final act begins. I have been waiting for this.
What the hell are you doing? Have you gone mad? No, what are you doing? Stop!
Lady Steelwind? What are you...
I guess someone is using illusion magic to make it look like Arya is doing stuff or something.
Is this also the will of the cosmic balance? Come on, just tell us the truth, Pierce.
You are the last person I would give this information to. He's getting more and more stressed. But why would anyone else care about her lineage? Just a little more and you'll... As you interrogate him, you suddenly hear a loud crash outside the room. What was that? No, wait, that was me. What was that?
I'm going to take a look and see what's going on.
What? Are you just going to leave us here? He's right. We don't know what's going on. We should stay together.
Don't worry. There were 2 guards outside, and they're from the King's Guard. You'll be fine.
That's not what I'm worried about. But I trust your gut judgment. What? It's been almost 10 minutes since Celeste went to investigate the noise. Pierce seems extremely on edge. He's sitting at one end of the tables and impatiently tapping its surface with his finger. So you never intended to send a letter to me? Who did you send it to then? Oh, as if I would ever tell you that. Luckily for you, he should have accumulated enough stress by now. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Even if if I wasn't the intended recipient, you said you knew who Celeste's biological parents are. Who are they? Are you seriously focused on that right now? It's far too important. It's my only bargaining chip. Answer the question, Pierce. What was that?
Somnia.
What? What is this? A blue luminous vapor enters the room. As soon as it makes contact with you, you suddenly feel extremely fatigued. Damn it, it's a sleep spell. Somnia.
An outstretched palm. Duration while concentrating. Yes. I feel like usually when it was like as long as you concentrate, it's just set indefinite and requires concentration. But I don't know, whatever. Doesn't matter, does it? Maybe it does. The caster conjures a magical mist in the direction that they stretch their palm. This magical mist will travel up to 30 feet before dissipating. Any creature who inhales the mist will fall into a magical slumber. An affected creature will be woken from their slumber if they are violently shaken or experience any sort of pain. I miscalculated. Ugh. No, if they got here, that means... Celeste... You try your hardest to stay conscious, but the spell is too powerful. You feel your body slowly dropping to the ground. No. Oh? Beatrice? Beatrice's actions. You saw Beatrice figure as you were losing consciousness. You only saw her for a brief moment. So it could have been an illusion. Regardless, that means that she somehow entered the prayer room at 2:30 p.m. Curious. Tyrion. What? Celeste. Tyrion, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. I should have never left you alone with him. Hey, it's okay. Tears are streaming down her eyes. She was clearly worried about you. You try your best to comfort her as you look around the room. What happened? How long were you knocked out? As you look around, you see several other people with you, and there's a peculiar drawing there. That's probably just somebody having fun. Just some kids, graffiti, you know. As you look around, you see several... Commander White is leading a group of knights. They all have their weapons drawn and pointed at someone. Is it at me, or is it at Arya? It's Prosecutor Steelwind? Commander, I understand your position, but there has to be another explanation. Look, Your Majesty, I get where you're coming from. But from what the witnesses have told us, it has to be a case of mage blight. You look around the room and see a pool of blood, and at the end of one of the tables. Celeste, where's Pierce? Tyrion. I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but Gary Pierce is dead. What? We're honestly surprised that you're okay. But who? You look at the knights who all have their weapons pointed at the prosecutor. Wait a minute. You think Steelwind did this? It wasn't just Lord Pierce, Mr. Cuthbert. We also found the bodies of Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. Not to mention, a bunch of the Kingsguard have gone comatose. Comatose? I don't want to believe it, but several people saw Steelwind acting off at the scenes of each of the murders. We also found her unconscious here. And Pierce's body was lying next to her. No, it wasn't her. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She was the one that knocked us out. Beatrice. What the hell is going on? Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field. What? I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now. What are you talking about? Now is not the time. Do it, Commander. Right. Maybe she thinks she was being controlled by the purple ship that she's been investigating. And maybe she was, but that was the... well, you know, we'll see. We'll see. You watch as the Inquisition arrests Steelwind and escort her out of the room. Damn it, what happened? I know you have many questions, Mr. Cuthbert, but we should make sure that you're okay. Yeah, there's a necromancer in the nave. They have a point. You have no idea what happened while you were asleep. Follow their suggestion, but not before making a note of the current time. It's 3:12 p.m. It was 3:12 a.m. for the last murder. The previous case. Is that Asclepius? Because that outfit sure looks kind of familiar to a different Asclepius. Asclepius. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary except... What? What's wrong with him? If you would just let me finish. There appears to be a trace of necromancy on you, Mr. Cuthbert.
Necromancy? It's probably nothing. Did your assistant cast any spells on you?
Oh, right. I used healing magic on him when I found him unconscious.
Ah, yes, I expected as much. But it never hurts to make sure. Anyways, nothing seems out of the ordinary. You're quite healthy. You should be fine to go about your business, but please speak with me again if you experience anything out of the ordinary. Thank you. I'm Lord Lazarus Asclepius, of House Asclepius. Nobleman. He's 27 and necromancer. Unsurprisingly. And there are no thanks needed. My apprentice apparently owes you a lot. Apprentice? Obviously we know the one. Wallace Nightgrave. I believe he was one of your clients a few months ago. Alright, Steelwind did mention that she introduced you to... Speaking of Steelwind, I really find it hard to believe that she did this. Mr. Cuthbert, mage blight isn't exactly a benign condition. When it takes hold of a mage, it doesn't matter what kind of person they are. Violent behavior is almost always a result of the delirium it puts them in. It's unfortunate, but mages have to be held responsible when cases like this happen. Unless someone is framing her.
Tyrion, I fought her.
What?
Do you remember back when we heard that weird sound? I went outside to see what was going on. I saw her outside, and the guards there were all unconscious. I tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. She just attacked me.
What was her emotional state like?
Oh. Well, she was pretty cold and emotionless. It almost looked like she was sleepwalking.
That's actually pretty strange. What do you mean? When someone is affected by mage blight, they enter a state of extreme psychosis. Psychotic episodes like that raise the affected mage's paranoia to ridiculous levels. That's why these cases almost always end up in violence. If she was affected by mage blight, she shouldn't have looked anywhere near as calm as you're describing. You might be onto something, Mr. Cuthbert. If what you're saying is true, there has to be more to this.
You're planning to defend her, aren't you?
At the very least, we need to find out what actually happened. I feel like there's more to this than we're seeing.
But you saw her, right? Commander, why do you need to put me in a holding cell? She wanted them to arrest her.
Right. It's as if she thought she was a danger to others. Regardless of what really happened, she clearly believes that she was responsible for this. But there's no way that she'd do something like this. Something else is happening here, and you will get to the bottom of this. You're not sure where each of the murders occurred, but the Inquisition should be able to tell you more about that. You'll also need to speak with Steelwind. If she really was affected by mage blight, she should be able to remember what may have caused it. But anyways, the prayer room is the room you're most familiar with. You should probably want to start there. You'll probably, whatever. Okay, Will we be allowed to investigate when we haven't officially taken the case? I mean, I guess we've done it before. You arrive at the prayer room. It's now swarming with knights from the Inquisition. You find yourself staring at the chalk outline where Pierce's body once was. You can't help but feel a little uneasy. You've been to plenty of crime scenes before, but even if you were unconscious, you were here when the murder happened. It's a little unnerving knowing how close you came to death.
Are you okay?
Yeah, but now's not the time for an existential crisis. Steelwind's future counts on you figuring out what happened. You still don't know what happened after you fell unconscious. The Inquisition believes that Steelwind broke into this room, knocked you and Pierce out, and then killed him. But you remember it clearly. You saw Beatrice before you lost consciousness. I feel like Beatrice, if she was really there, and that wasn't an illusion or something, probably helped us. That's what I'm getting here, but we'll see. There's more at play here than you realize. Celeste also fought Steelwind after Beatrice knocked you out. Perhaps she can tell you more about how she was acting. I guess let's investigate first. There are lanterns hanging around the room. They are still lit. There are 3 stained glass windows. They look quite nice. That's all we're gonna say? Okay. There's a chalk outline where Pierce's body probably was. It looks like he was sitting against this altar when he died. And the blood stain seems to imply that the fatal wound came from his chest. An autopsy report would really be helpful here. You should ask the commander for a copy of it next time you see him. Uh-huh. Let's review what happened. Before Beatrice knocked me out, we heard a commotion outside and you went to... God damn it. And you went to investigate. Can you tell me about... can you tell me more about your fight with Steelwind? What was she like?
Well, she wasn't her usual self. It's like she was in some kind of daze. I noticed it even before she attacked me. Something was wrong with her. Oh yeah, and she didn't even respond to me when I tried to talk to her. It's like she didn't even recognize me.
But from what Lord Asclepius said, she would have been acting more erratically if she was affected by Mageblight. It's possible that you fought someone disguised as her?
I guess that's possible. But whoever they were, their magic was still extremely powerful.
And several members of the Four Pillar families were assembled here. It could have been one of them. We should speak with Commander White when we get the chance. The Grand Cathedral was closed from the public for whatever was happening here. They probably have a list of everyone who was present when the murders happened. This means that whoever did this was one of the nobles that was here today. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50 p.m. Then we interrogated Pierce for about half an hour. That's when we heard that commotion outside, and you went to investigate it. Right? And I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. How long did you fight Steelwind before she pushed past you?
We definitely fought for a while. It must have been at least 20 minutes.
Damn. After that?
After that, she gave up on fighting me and ran into the prayer room.
Which means that Beatrice somehow got into the room during that fight. That discounts my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind. You regained consciousness at 3:12 p.m. That means that you were knocked out for more than 40 minutes. There are still a lot of unknowns about what happened. You'll need all the pieces you want to put the puzzle together. Beatrice can cast invisibility, so I doubt she'd let you see her. But did you see her at any point when she was fighting Steelwind? When you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste?
Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive.
I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. Aren't you really strong? I've never even seen you break a sweat in a fight before.
Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. It was mainly her magic. I've never fought someone with spells that powerful before.
She didn't hurt you, did she?
No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized that she couldn't beat me, so she ran past me and into the prayer room.
So her real target was Pierce, but why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce?
No, when I arrived at the prayer room, I saw you and Steelwind unconscious on the ground. And Pierce was already dead.
And I'm assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere?
No, she wasn't there when I arrived.
How did she leave the prayer room without Celeste noticing? Did she turn herself invisible?
Are Steelwind fighting the guards?
2 fought, stand still. Pierce was already dead. She didn't see Beatrice. Very good, important. Arya was also unconscious. Very interesting.
Beep, 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 beep.
Seems like this might be a clash between my 2 wives. I can't believe after everything he did, Pierce is just gone. I'm sorry we couldn't get the answers you were looking for. Hopefully something else turns up.
I honestly don't care about that anymore. I'm just glad you're alive and safe.
Sure. I'm sure it won't come up during the case at all. What can you tell me about that? Oops. Alright, fine. Fine, I'll leave. No, nobody here. You arrive at the dungeon to speak with Steelwind, but you can't find her anywhere. The Inquisition and the Kingsguard must still be processing her. We should come back later. What do you mean later? I guess we still have something to present to Celeste. There's only one locked door that leads into the cell. The door seems to be locked by some kind of magical mechanism. Oh, I guess we haven't checked for magic in that room yet. I always do that. Why didn't I do that this time? Jeez. Well, there's a big film or something here.
There are traces of conjuration magic all over the room.
That must have been left by Beatrice's sleep spell.
Oh, there's a trace of transmutation here. It's all over the area around his body. Goddamn fucking stupid ass goddamn shit.
Interesting. Did the murderer wound him using a transmutation spell? Who knows?
There's a trace of necromancy on the ground here. It's probably from when I tried to heal you.
Probably. Alright. Anyways, it looks like you found everything you can here. There we go. You should move and take a closer look at the other crime scenes. Other crime scenes? Ah, now we have other areas to look at. There we go. Oh, this looks fucked up. I'm an attorney and this looks fucked up. It's just you, Celeste, and the statue. The horrible statue. I don't feel safe here.
Why is that statue freaking you out so much? That Pegasus is literally a celestial like you.
I don't know, but I can feel it suffering through the eye.
It's an inanimate object, Tyrion.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's alive on the inside. Let's move somewhere else.
Alright, whatever it takes to get you to stop acting so weird.
Look, man.
Arcanum.
It's super magic. It can't be detected here, okay? You retrace your footsteps and find the common room. This was the last place you saw Von Sanctus and Sybil before everything happened. You look around and see that most of the room has been entirely scorched. You can still smell the scent of burnt cloth and flesh in the air. What happened here?
Was there some kind of fire?
Yeah, we think the perp lit a fire using magic. As you enter the room, Commander White approaches. He seems to be accompanied by the typical Legion of Knights. Commander White. Hey kid, you're investigating what happened to? I mean, yeah. Something like that. We just want to figure out what really happened. You and me both. Nothing about this case makes any damn sense. I'll be honest, I could really use your help trying to figure this out. Honestly, you're not sure who you can trust at this point. But the commander is leading the investigation, and he's been a reliable guy. Maybe not the most competent all the time, but reliable in the sense of, you know, him being on the right side of justice, right? So, you know. And he's bound to have information that will be useful to you.
Even now the sunlight is shining through the stained glass windows.
It looks like the fire reached them before it was put out. There are scorch marks all over the room. The fire must have spread pretty far. Yeah, it was probably going for a while. No one even noticed it until Prince Alaric told the Kingsguard that he saw smoke. Interesting. We should speak with him and see if he saw anything else. There's a chalk outline in the center of the room. This must be where they found Von Sanctus' body. There's even bits of ash here. It must be the burnt fragments of the body. Sheesh.
Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation in a bunch of different spots around the room.
We think the perp threw a bunch of fire-based evocation spells around to start the fire. And the Kingsguard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out before the fire spread. That makes sense. With that knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. But, isn't there?
There's a trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room.
Was that there when I first checked? I don't think it was. Unless I just didn't notice somehow. Did the traces overlap with the body?
Kind of. It's sort of a square shape.
Square-shaped? I can't see the traces, but there also seems to be a square-shaped outline around the body.
You're right. They overlap perfectly.
There are the area inside the square is a lot less burned now that I look at it. I'm not sure what this means yet, but it's definitely worth taking note of.
It does seem interesting, doesn't it?
The murders! This whole situation is a damned mess. Has the Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened? We only have the basic stuff so far, and we're only just receiving the autopsy reports. That's pretty useful. Do you have the copies of them? Sure, knock yourselves out. Autopsy report, Garrick Pierce. Died at 2:45 p.m. in the prayer room. Cause of death was blood loss. A shard of frozen liquid was found stabbed through his heart. It is very likely that this was the murder weapon. The wound also shows heavy traces of transmutation magic, and traces of conjuration magic were found throughout the room. Coraline Sybil died at 2:18 p.m. Cause of death was suffocation. Her body was found floating in a nearby lake outside of the Grand Cathedral. Traces of transmutation, evocation, and necromancy magic were found on the body. Necromancy, huh? Lloyd von Sanctus died at 2:05 p.m., so he was the first to die, I guess. The cause of death was suffocation. Also suffocation, huh? The fire in the common room burnt the body too much to discern any specific wounds he might have suffered. However, a small trace of evocation magic and a burn mark were found on the victim's left shoulder. This implies that the body was hit with a fire-based evocation spell. Traces of duration magic were found on and around the body. I guess how did they know that it was suffocation if he was burned so much? I guess the magic just tells them. Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart? I guess maybe McCoy also was like burnt similarly to how his victim died to like burns, in a vat, like acid burns. I don't know. Maybe maybe that's what the square shit was. Maybe there was acid or some other kind of thing. And then Sybil's death, we obviously don't know about her murdering anyone, but maybe these were all revenge-type murders or something. Or maybe that's what we're supposed to think. Anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay.
It's strange, though. Why would the murderer kill Pierce using such a convoluted method? If Steelwind really was affected by Mage Blight, she wouldn't have done something like that. The murderer wanted to frame Arya and leave as much evidence as possible. Anyways, the times of death also seem to tell a story. If we look at the reports, the murderer must have killed von Sanctus, then Sybil, then Pierce in that order. Probably. Yeah, that's our working theory too. If we look at this map, we can see where the prayer room and the common room are. Prayer room, common room, okay. That's a different layout than I thought, but okay. Lady Sybil's body was found in the lake west of here. But since the Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff, there isn't an easy way to get there in such a short amount of time. So that raises my next question. How did Sybil's body end up in the lake? The murderer threw Sybil from the balcony. The Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff over the lake, and the westward balcony just happened to be right over it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We even have a witness who saw Steelwind there. Really? Who was it? It was High Speaker Theron Arceus. High Speaker? He's the shot caller of the Church of Bahamut. And he stands at the top of the religious hierarchy from what I hear. Is that the guy that we saw who's in the thumbnail of this case? Who is apparently not whom we're defending, so maybe he's definitely going to be involved in some way. He spotted Steelwind near the west balcony and noticed that she was acting suspiciously. He called out to her, but she ignored him. So she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him? Yeah, he really lucked out. But if she was having a psychotic episode, he would have noticed that. From what you said, all she did was ignore him. You're right, this whole Mage Blight story doesn't really add up. Either way, we'll just have to talk to him directly to find out more. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange. What's that? It's about the order that the murders occurred in. What's strange about the orders of the murder? The murderer killed Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce in that order. This means that the murderer went to the common room, then to the west balcony, and then finally the prayer room. But if we look at the map, the murderer's route seems a bit strange. Does it? Can I look at the map again? So, the common room... Where's the the balcony's over there, and then the prayer room. Oh, that works, doesn't it? I guess I don't know how the rooms are connected, because it's not really showing any passages. But you can just kind of go like, you know... No? Or did I misread that? Or do I misremember that? Common room? Wait, to the common room, the west balcony, and finally the prayer room. Common room, west balcony, prayer room. That doesn't seem so weird to me. I don't know. The murderer purposefully killed Pierce, killed Sybil second. Yeah, I don't know what would be interesting about that. No, there's a clear route between each of the rooms. The murderer would have traveled to the common room, then the balcony, then the prayer room. But there's clearly a more direct path that they could have taken if they wanted to murder the 3 victims quickly. Is there? Like, I guess it could have gone to the prayer room first and then, but like, once again, I don't know how they're really connected, so it's kind of hard to really say. The murderer could have... Ah, I see. Killed Pierce second, I guess. Okay. The murderer must have passed by the prayer room before they dumped Sybil's body. Why wouldn't they have just murdered Pierce on the way here? On the way there? Maybe they wanted to dump Sybil's body first. Are they way afraid of fighting me? Aren't you giving yourself a little too much credit? I don't think so, dog. No, she has a point. Out of everyone who fought the murderer, Celeste was the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyways, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. Okay, you've created a rough outline of the murderer's actions. But the real clues will lie in how each of the individual murders occurred. And that starts with figuring out how Von Sanctus was murdered. How did the Inquisition find out about the murders anyways? Did a witness come across the bodies? It all started when Prince Alaric ran up to us. He told us that he saw a fire breaking out in the common room. He also saw Steelwind there, but when he tried to talk to her, she hit him with some kind of spell. Oh. She attacked one of the princes? Yeah, but it didn't look like she hurt him. That guy from the House of Slepius inspected him, and he told us he wasn't injured. I'm glad that he's okay, but wouldn't Arya have used a more violent spell if she was being affected by Mage Blight? It's possible she was throwing spells randomly and he just happened to get really lucky. I suppose that's possible. But was there anyone else nearby when this happened? I would have expected a Prince of Warengard to be under constant guard. Yeah, that was kind of my mistake. I ordered the knights to give him some space, considering what just happened. And that would be... Sorry, kid. If you don't know, it's not my place to tell you. Okay. I have orders from the top to stay quiet about that. Then it looks like you need to ask someone higher up. It's a little strange, though. It's still strange, though, rather. Why were all these nobles gathered here? Anyways, whatever the perp hit him with, it only put him in a daze. He could barely walk or talk. He couldn't even approach us until the spell had worn off. And the weirdest about the weirdest about it all is that he was pretty close to where we were. But for some reason, we couldn't find him until after the spell wore off. Maybe he was turned invisible? That must have been traumatic. I hope he's okay. But why didn't anyone see him during this time? After he told us about what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw a bunch of guards knocked out outside the prayer room. Did you see me? No, this all happened around 3:10 p.m. Right, that was probably well after Sylvan moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have already followed her into it. Told him that Arya Sylvan cast a spell on him. Severely debilitated his senses, sure. The comatose guards. When you arrested Steelwind, I recall you mentioning that a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell knockout to knock them out? I don't think so, and I'm just as lost as you are about that. Some of the victims didn't have any magical traces on them, so we know that they are not under the effects of the spell, but they still haven't woken up. That's odd, to say the least. Is there any common thread between the knights who fell comatose? That might help us deduce what happened to them. So, what did we just ask? I just kind of blanked. Any common thread between the knights? Well, we found all of them in the locations where Steelwind was spotted. That can't be a coincidence. But he just admitted that they weren't being affected by any kind of spell. What's going on here? Yeah, if it was a mage-blighted Arya, then that doesn't make sense. Commander White, you keep saying the perp instead of Sealwind, even though everyone else seems to think she was responsible for this. Do you also suspect that she's being framed? It just doesn't add up. If she did give herself mage blight, her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate. And she's definitely not the type of person to just go around murdering people. Even if she was, she's led a lot of the Inquisition's investigations recently. She's investigated plenty of homicides with us, and she knows exactly how we do things. Whoever did this got the job done, but they were sloppy about it. A bunch of witnesses saw her, and she didn't even try to hide herself using her magic. So either she had mage blight, which doesn't match with her behavior, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. Neither scenario makes any damn sense. Someone has to be framing her. That's the only reasonable explanation. Honestly, I'm not sure about that either. What do you mean? You saw her when we arrested her, didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like she thought she was a danger to herself and others. Right, that's the same impression I got as well. If it weren't for the witness statements, I'd be sure she gave herself mage blight. The strangest thing is that I've never seen her that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened. It's definitely something to do with what she's been investigating. Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved in this somehow. Well, she's already in prison, so we're already ahead on that account. But when we asked her what happened, she said she couldn't remember anything. That's such an obvious lie. She has to be hiding something. Normally I'd agree with you, but she's not the only one with missing memories. Steelwind also can't remember anything. What? It looks like you'll have to speak with her about that. Anyways, what about Eris and that knight who was guarding her? Did they see anything? Sorry kid, but Eris Ilmata has been missing since everything went down. What? Do you have any idea what happened to her? No, but I wouldn't be too worried. What? A witness to the crime is missing and possibly hurt? Look kid, you may be a hotshot attorney, but I've been in this business for a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when these things happen to civilians, they get spooked and run away. I've seen it a million times. I feel like he's not making as big of a deal of this as he should be. Also, that's definitely not what happened here. Come on. This is my wife, Eris. But he might have a point. Eris is the daughter of a crime lord, after all. She might have gone into hiding to avoid having to speak with law enforcement. We don't have the resources to look for her, but I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. Well, I suppose we can't do anything about that now. But I still hope she's okay. Anyways, what about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing as well? That's the thing. The knight who was supposed to be watching her is one of the people who went comatose. We found him in front of the prayer room too. Damn it, what happened to him? To make matters worse, that Frigga chick knows how to cast invisibility. So even if she was telling the truth, very few people would have actually seen her. But her guard was in front of the prayer room. She must have brought him there somehow. To the prayer room 2:30. Night was assigned. Anyways, would you happen to have a recent version of her spell companion? Sure, we already have it on record. Familiar bond, sleep, mend wounds, send a message, animate corpse, necrotic blight, shatter, invisibility, feign death, and illusory disguise. I guess shatter is how she broke that glass case from the last case. Familiar bond, mend wounds, send message, animate corpse, necrotic blight, shatter. I think we haven't had that one yet. Critea. No gesture, concentration, yes. Channels the castle's magic into any physical object that they are touching with their hands. If enough magic is channeled, the object may shatter or break. The intensity of the spell will exponentially increase while they are concentrating. However, channeling larger quantities of magic will slowly drain the caster's stamina and possibly cause matter mage fright. Invisibility, feign death, foul norma, no gesture, concentration. The caster must target a creature that's already unconscious. While they concentrate on this spell, the target will appear to be dead. The target creature will stop breathing and their heart will stop beating. However, the life energies of this spell will keep them alive for the duration. Well, what an interesting spell, huh? Illusory disguise. Right, I forgot how many spells she used during Lord Frigga's murder. Lloyd von Sanctus. It's all a little difficult to take in. I still can't believe it. After everything he did, von Sanctus was just murdered. I'm surprised to hear that from you. Didn't he basically get away with offing just in way? The way I see it, he got what he deserved. Sheesh. That still doesn't sit right with me. No matter who the victims might have been, no one deserves to die like that. You're definitely a bigger man than I am. Anyways, von Sanctus' autopsy report says that he died of suffocation. We think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something. That hardly sounds like something someone would do during a psychotic episode. Yeah, the more info I get, the more I think you might be onto something. But either way, the fire that the perp started in this room burnt his body. It didn't completely turn it to ash, but it was still pretty charred. So that fire would have burnt away any evidence of the minor wounds he had? Yeah, we're lucky we even discovered that he was hit with a revocation spell. Right, the autopsy report mentioned that too. But if a fire was started, is it possible that he died from smoke inhalation? No, the divination spell we use always identifies smoke inhalation as death by poison, not death by suffocation. Okay. I suppose that kind of makes sense. But it's still a shame we can't find out how the murderer suffocated him. Maybe we can. We still know very little about how the murders occurred. Do you have records of each of the victims' spell compendiums? That might help us understand what each of the victims was doing during the attack. Sure, knock yourselves out. Here's the spell compendium. Prestidigitation. I think we knew about that one from the first case, but whatever. Conjure light, conjure water, frost wave, and shape liquid. And now Sybils. Slow fall. Foresight. Strike true. Detect magic, stone skin, and amend wounds. Slow fall and foresight combined with a feign death spell. I'm seeing some potential here. Transactus, Mage Blade, Force Cage, Send Message, and Mend Wounds. Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frost Wave, Force Cage. That one's new, right? Forzare. Point index finger at the target, 1 hour. No concentration. For that duration, the caster creates a magical 10 by 10 by 10 foot cube around the target within 30 feet of them. The walls of this cube are impenetrable and can't be destroyed by anything. A cube, huh? Not even by spells that can normally dispel spell effects. Okay. Furthermore, any attempts to magically teleport into or out of the cube will fail. If there is more than one creature in the target's space, they will be pushed away from the center of the cube. So I'm guessing that Force Cage is what that, you know, square-shaped area around the body is. Mage Blade. Slow fall. Fetura or Fethura. Point index finger downwards, 1 hour. The caster counteracts the force of gravity affecting them, causing them to fall significantly slower than when airborne for the duration. Foresight. Forheim. Form a triangle with both hands. Okay, 24 hours. The caster invokes the ultimate form of divination magic to see brief glimpses of the near future. While this spell is active, the caster is able to sense danger seconds before it actually happens. Strike true. Non-optima. Make a circle with thumb and index finger. Okay. Sure. 10 minutes concentration. The caster increases their ability to predict the results of all their actions for the duration. All their actions? All their actions. Okay, I see, I guess, yeah. Will this succeed or what? Yeah, okay, sure. This is useful for the purpose of aiming or doing other activities that rely on dexterity and skill. Detect magic. Have we ever seen this spell icon like that? Maybe? I guess so. Red for evocation, yellow for transmutation, conjuration is cyan. Divination is pink, abjuration is white, necromancy is purple, and illusion is green. I guess let's read it after all. Repair your Arcanum! Now, gesture, concentration. While concentrating, the caster can see the normally invisible magical traces left by magic. Magical traces are created 2 times when the spell is cast. The first is created at the position of the caster when the spell is cast. The second is created when the spell effect resolves or dissipates. The caster can identify the skill of magic. Stone Skin. Protect. What the fuck? Why did you fucking... No! Why did you do that? That's so dumb. Stupid auto-scroll garbage, man. I hate that so much. Create an X with both arms. Okay. While concentrating, remember? The caster creates a thick layer of stone around their body. this stone layer will deflect and protect the caster from any physical trauma. The stone layer can be slowly broken through continuous attacks, but as long as the caster concentrates on the spell, the stone layer will instantaneously repair itself. That's a lot to work through. Yep, this is what happens when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky until now, yeah? Nevertheless, I need to look over each of these spells when they become irrelevant. You think you found everything you can relating to Von Sanctus's murder? Perhaps you should move somewhere else. Perhaps. Can we go to the balcony? Yes, we can. You arrive at the west-facing balcony of the cathedral. Supposedly, this is where the murderers threw Sybil's body into the lake. I guess, actually thinking about it now, the feigned death thing is maybe what her name that I remember did to us to prevent somebody else from killing us, because we were supposedly already dead, right? Supposedly, this is where the murderer threw Sybil's body into the lake. Hello there. Oh hey, you're new. As you inspect the area, you catch the attention of an old man nearby. Let me drink some water, actually. What's with that Rorschach? With that Rorschach ass, or should I say correctly, Rorschach ass design on that guy's hat? To me, it looks like some kind of demon with its arms raised up above its hands and being like, "Whoa." Not above its hands, but above its head. From his garb, he appears to be someone who works at the cathedral. I don't believe we've met before. What are you doing here? Sorry for the intrusion. I am Tyrion Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard, Celeste McCoy. We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Sealwyn. Tyrion Cuthbert, I have heard of you. He doesn't look nearly as criminal as I expected him to be. Judging from his thoughts, he probably hasn't heard many good things about you. He's 81 and doesn't know any magic. Oh, he's that high speaker guy, Theon Arceus. But forgive my rudeness, I am Theon Arceus, High Speaker of the Church of Bahamut. So you're the one who saw Steelwind here during the murders? Do you mind if we ask you some questions? He scans you warily. I suppose there would be no harm in that. There's some sort of debris on the ground. You pick up one of the pieces and feel it in your hands. It appears to be some kind of gravel. Okay. This balcony provides a perfect view of Lake Galacrond. A lot of people probably come here when the Grand Cathedral is open to the public. I can see a military stronghold in the distance. Can I? Okay. I can't, but sure. They must be able to see a lot from that high up.
Repario Arcanum!
There are traces of transmutation on the pieces of debris. That would imply that a spell specifically targeted it or created whatever this came from. But I doubt someone created these bits of gravel. It must have broken off from something else. Transmutation magic, eh? Let's check, I guess, what kind of transmutation spells we know about here. Shape liquid doesn't seem right for gravel, but who knows. Frost wave, probably not. Mage blade? Could you turn anything into a blade with that? I think that just affects things that are already blades, right? The edges of this object, usually a blade. Usually a blade, huh? But yeah. Slow fall, maybe? Probably not though, I don't know. Stone skin? I guess the gravel could have come from the stone skin. Yeah, maybe. What did you see? We heard that you saw the prosecutor acting strangely here. Could you tell us more about what you saw? Did it look like she was having a psychotic episode? I wouldn't go that far, but she was certainly acting strangely. How did you come across her? Well, I was on my way to the prayer room. I always recite prayers from the draconic texts around that time. Wait, he was heading into the prayer room? When I saw her, I first thought she was just enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to greet her, but then when I approached her, I saw that she was throwing something off of the edge of the balcony. You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body. Wouldn't he have said something other than throw something off? I feel like that would be much different looking. You're probably correct. I came to the same conclusion after they found that poor woman's body below us. Although... What is it? I only saw it for a second, so perhaps I'm wrong. But Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colors this morning. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw into the lake, it looked much darker. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I can't really explain it. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be after all. It could have just been a trick of the light. The prayer room? Wait, if you saw Arya dumping Lady Sybil's body, she must have just murdered her. That means you must have been heading to where we were at the time. Oh, were you praying over there with Lord Pierce? Not exactly. What? That's not what the guards told me. The guards? What do you mean the ones standing outside, watch outside the prayer room? Yes, they told me that Pierce was praying with some acquaintance of his. They said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well. Wait, Steelwind was there too? Yes, she appeared to be waiting for something. But anyways, I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters to pray there. The High Speaker didn't see her fighting Celeste. She must have started her attack after he left. But why would she bother waiting? Either way, we can't exactly question those guards. Yeah, they're still comatose after the attack. Yep. Why didn't you hear anything? Actually, the High Speaker's quarters aren't that far away from the prayer room. How did you not hear anything? Ah, it must have been because of the magical wards in my room. Magical wards? Are they there for security reasons? Not exactly. I actually suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound will wake me up at night. Relatable. Years ago, I had some mages enchant the walls so that sound couldn't travel through them. I can't hear anything from outside the room once I shut my door. That does sound awfully convenient, but you doubt that he'd lie about something you could so easily verify. Either way, you should make a note of this. Yeah, you should. Should explain why I guess. You believe that you found everything you can here? Perhaps you should. Want to talk about the dog? Find him. You arrive back at the cathedral's garden and come across that accursed statue again. It's staring into my soul. Then stop looking at it. As you move your attention away from the grotesque sculpture, spot the crown prince. He's sitting on a bench, guarded by some knights from the King's Guard. His brow is furrowed, and he seems to be deep in thought. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, and Mr. Coy, too. What are you still doing here? We are trying to investigate what happened. We were looking around when we just happened to find you here. I see. Are you okay? Yes, I was just thinking how unfortunate this ordeal has been. I do hope Miss Steelwind is taking this well. Right, she's his fiancée after all. He must be extremely worried about her. We're trying to find out what exactly happened. Do you mind if we ask you some questions?
I see. Well, I'll do whatever I can to help.
Do you know anything about this party hat? What goes through the mind of such a tortured creature?
What is with you and the statue?
I don't know, but I can feel its emotions as if they were my own.
It's an inanimate object, Tyrion.
This is tearing us apart.
Prepario Arcanum.
You said that you two were investigating the murders. You weren't planning to defend Miss Tyrion, were you?
If she would have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more experience defending clients.
Unfortunately, I think the situation is more complicated than that.
What do you mean?
Several house leaders were died today. We can't release this information to the public. Not after the news of William Frigga's death has already spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not one, but 3 members of the Pillar families.
But the trial has to happen soon, or else the magical traces left will disappear.
From what I've heard, we will be holding a trial. But it will be handled privately and internally. And I'm sorry to say that you won't be permitted to serve in such a trial.
Right, a majority of the nobility hates me after all. You wouldn't be able to pull some strings, would you, Aster?
I'm sorry, I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her. But I clearly have a personal attachment to this case. If I try to tip the trial in her favor, it will only harm her chances more.
Right, I see what you mean. But even if we can't help her during the trial... Oops, I accidentally slid across the button.
We can still investigate
the crimes on her behalf.
Yes, I would really appreciate that. If new evidence is found, perhaps we can exonerate Miss Steelwind of the charges against her.
Perhaps. The gathering of nobles? After everything that's happened, I really need to know. Why were so many nobles gathered in one place anyway? All 4 of the Pillar families were present. I understand if you don't want to tell me, but this information could be vital in figuring out what really happened.
No, I see your point. The truth is we all gathered to mourn the death of my father, King Olivier de Beauregard the Ninth.
Wait, the king is dead?
Yes, we wanted to avoid releasing this information to the public, so close to the death of William Frigga. My father has been ill for quite some time, so we were prepared for this. Or at least I thought I was. I also lost my mother when I was quite young. But it's still all a little hard to take in.
Sorry, you have my condolences.
Thank you. But if King Olivier is dead, that would make you. Yes, you currently stand before King Aster the Beauregard, ruler of our kingdom.
And he's not too happy about that, so I was right. And the reason they didn't want to make it public was because of silly circumstances. Considering everything that's happened, he seems less than thrilled about that. I suppose that explains why all of these nobles were gathered.
They came under the guise of paying their respects. But it's clear they all wanted to get closer to the new king of Wyvernguard. I think the Friggas were the only ones who genuinely came to give their condolences.
Beatrice Frigga. Speaking of the Friggas, I think you need to know. I saw Beatrice before I was knocked out. I think she may have been the one that killed Gary Pierce.
Why would she be there?
I'm sorry, I know she's your friend. But we already know she's not above committing murder.
I see. I suppose if you're saying it, it must be so. But what possible reason would she have to be involved in something like this?
I'm not sure yet, but I plan to find out. By the way, where were you during the murders? I remember you left with Steelwind when Celeste and I arrived at the cathedral.
Ah yes, Steelwind and I left to speak with High Speaker Arceus in his quarters.
What was your meeting about?
It was actually about our wedding. With my father's death, Lord Steelwind wanted to finally make our union official.
Oh. I would congratulate you too, but considering the circumstances...
I understand, and I appreciate your words nonetheless.
Anyways, how long did this meeting last?
I believe we spoke with him until 1:40 p.m.
But Von Sanctus died at 2:05 p.m. That means that she began her rampage less than half an hour after that meeting? Was there anything off about her behavior?
Now that you mention it, something about her demeanor changed. We were speaking of the wedding when she abruptly left. I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me.
That sounds similar to what happened when Celeste fought her. There's no way she was affected by Mage Blight.
I honestly didn't think much of it at the time. I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder. Right.
It's possible that the steel wind the witness saw wasn't actually real. Does that mean the steel wind that attended the meeting was also a fake? Anyways, what happened after your meeting with the High Speaker? Did you see steel wind after that?
Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. At 2 p.m. I went to pay my respects to my father's coffin. But apparently, someone had set a magical trap there.
Oh, shit.
What? It was a glyph of contingency.
Oh. I think we've heard of that one before, but I don't remember. Gesture of the contingent spell? Uh-huh. When casting this spell, the caster must choose another spell they know. I don't think we've had this one, actually. The caster casts that spell, but the contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Instead, it takes effect when a certain condition, specified by the caster upon casting the spell, is fulfilled. The contingent spell takes effect immediately when that condition is fulfilled. So a trap that could be any spell you want with any condition you want.
I have heard of that spell. It's like a trap you can set and you can infuse any spell into it.
But it requires a second contingent spell to place that trap. Which spell was it?
It was a force cage, targeting me. Was the murderer trying to attack Aster too?
Maybe it was supposed to protect him. I don't think so. They would have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. But from the sound of it, force cage can't be the spell. So Aster would have been trapped inside of it for that full hour.
We think the murderer used this as a distraction. Because of that trap, the King's Guards consolidated most of their attention and forces on my location. As a result, there were fewer people guarding Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. And the ones that were there at all fell comatose. They can't tell us what happened to them.
Yet another inexplicable event is added to the list. After everything you've learned, you highly doubt that Steelwind was affected by Mage Blight. So someone must be behind what happened. Anyways, it seems he's told you everything he knows. Probably didn't witness much after he was trapped by that force cage. You shouldn't move. What do you know about my other wife? How about my wife who's not your wife?
I can't believe Miss Steelwind is being blamed for this. Although I can't fault the Kingsguard for that.
Right, there were several witnesses who saw her. And Celeste's testimony shows that it wasn't someone else magically disguised as her.
I hope she's doing okay.
Well, maybe finally our wife is gonna be here for us to talk to her. No?
She attacked a member of the royal family and killed, fucking goddammit, and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear about what we must do. We should execute her immediately.
Hey, shut the fuck up, okay?
Alaric, this situation is far too much important to make such rash decisions. We need to approach this calmly and carefully.
As we return to the nave, you spot the young prince in an argument with that nobleman you saw earlier. Now that you think of it, you still have no idea who he is.
Oh, it's you two.
Your Highness. And I don't think we've been introduced. He didn't seem too into us.
What? I see you're still as insolvent as ever. You stand before Sir Remus Vergile. Archduke of Royal Visor to the Royal Visor to the Wyvern throne. I believe he means advisor. Yeah, that's what I thought. Remus Vergile, Royal Advisor. Archduke? You don't even know the Kingdom of Wyvern had a title like that. Why haven't you ever heard of him before? Unknown age, and we don't know about his magic. What are you still doing here anyways? I thought the cathedral was closed for the investigation. We're investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Searwyn. I see. Anyways, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. He really doesn't want to be in a room with us, does he? You sense a tinge of anxiety. Is he avoiding you? Actually, since we have you here, do we have some questions for you? Both of you. You should know how your place, knave. We're in the nave, and he called us a knave. Probably nothing to see here.
Imperio Arcanum.
Your Grace, when you were at the where were you when the murders took place? Just look at what you're trying. Just what are you trying to insinuate? Please, Alaric, there's no need for that. To answer your question, I was speaking with Lady Frega's familiar. Tracker? No, it was the demon who calls himself Marinath. What? Why would you want to speak with him? He was actually the one that sent for me. According to him, he had some information that was of great importance to me. You didn't make a contract with him, did you? Of course not. What kind of desperate fool do you take me for? I don't really know you at all. No, he gave me the information he had freely. But why would he do that? Demons are supposedly always trying to trick humans into making deals with them. Looking back, it must have been a distraction. What a fool I was. I knew he was playing with me. But I knew you couldn't tell lies, and the information he had was too important to ignore. If you don't mind me asking, what was the information about? I guess he does mind. I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that. Yeah, what he told me. It could endanger people that I care about. But rest assured, I doubt it has anything to do with the massacre. Sure, definitely. No relation to this case at all. Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly just take your word for it. I suppose that's fair. But believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my grave. That's ominous, but he's clearly intent on keeping their conversation a secret. Anyways, several members of the King's Guard were watching us. They can verify my alibi. How long did this conversation last? I arrived to speak with him at 1:50 p.m. and I didn't leave until 3:10 p.m. He arrived at 1:50. So he was accounted for during the time frame of the murders. But why would Marinath go to the trouble of distracting him in the first place? Whoever orchestrated this also used a force cage to trap Asta. Were they trying to distract the forces in the cathedral? Or were they trying to keep certain people out of the crossfire? Either way, it's clear that Beatrice has a lot to answer for. Your Highness, we heard the prosecutor cast a spell on you when you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened? I can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family. She was completely irresponsible with her magic. I understand your feelings about this, but we can't say for certain that she inflicted mage blight on herself. Or on a mage blight on herself. We don't even know if it was actually her. I saw her with my own eyes. Plenty of other people did too. Either way, where did this happen? I was on my path outside the common room. I saw smoke coming from the building and I saw Steel walking away from it. So this must have been after she murdered von Sanctus. I have a feeling I already know the answer, but was she behaving erratically? No, she very deliberately cast a spell on me. Which once again implies that Mage Blight wasn't behind this. Do you know which spell she cast on you? I'm not sure.
I've never been affected by a spell like that before.
From the magical traces on him, we know that it was a transmutation spell.
Transmutation spells manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary to think about what that might do to a human body.
Could have been stone skin to save him, or rather to protect him. But who knows? Could have been all kinds of shit.
Are you sure he's okay?
Lord Asclepius inspected him, and he doesn't appear to have any lasting injuries. We're hoping the spell's effects were only temporary. Can you describe what you felt when you were affected by it? That might help us identify which spell it was.
Well, I was extremely dazed, and my ears were ringing. My vision was also partially clouded. It was as if my mind was in some sort of fog. Whenever I tried to speak, I couldn't even form words with my mouth. I could only make grunting sounds. I couldn't walk either, so I had to crawl on the floor.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. That must have been traumatic. But what kind of transmutation spell would do that to him? It had to be something that affected his senses. You already told us that she wasn't acting erratically, but was there anything off about her demeanor?
I only saw her for a moment, but she was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's exactly what she was like when I found her too. It's like she was an arcane construct. Her movements were almost robotic.
Wait, are there any arcane constructs in the cathedral grounds?
No, not for lack of trying on Lord von Zanx's part. The High Speaker and I have specifically forbidden the staff from using them.
It would be really inconvenient if all of this was done using a construct. Although you are a little tired of seeing them in your cases, yeah. And it's unlikely that one of them would be strong enough to face Celeste. Anyways, was anyone else around when Steelwind cast that transmutation spell on you?
No, she moved away quickly after the spell, after she incapacitated me. And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen them anyways.
Commander White also said that she was surprised no one saw the prince until after the spell wore off. What happened to him? That covers Alaric's account on what happened, and we even got the Archduke's statement too. But there's still one last person we need to speak to.
Aria.
She and Beatrice supposedly have no memories of what happened. If it were only Beatrice saying that, I'd probably doubt it. But if Steelwind also doesn't have any memories, it becomes a lot more credible. She definitely has the missing piece we need to put this together.
Are you going to that dungeon to speak with her?
I am.
Wonderful. I'll be accompanying you.
What?
As the royal advisor, I have a vested interest in the investigation. While I trust Lucio to leave no stone unturned, I hear you have quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot.
Well, it's not as if you have the authority to stop him, but you still don't know him very well. Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable having someone look over our shoulder like that, somebody like that especially. You'll need to be wary of what you say in front of him. Very much so. Well, I don't know where we will be finding our other girl.
Who the fuck? Why can't I fucking...
Beatrice. I doubt we'll be I don't know where we would find her. So, I guess we're gonna go the only other place. You arrive at the dungeon and see the prosecutor sitting in a holding cell. She seems extremely stressed. It's as if she's trying to figure something out.
Huh. Mr. Cuthbert, and your grace.
Steelwind gives a very wary look to the Archduke.
How are you doing?
Wait, how are you doing?
As best as I can.
As best as I can, you know, I got that.
All things considered. What brings you here?
We're trying to investigate everything that happened.
I see.
I was wondering if you could answer some of our questions. Steelwind, I know your situation is pretty grim right now, but you know you can trust me.
You're not the person I'm worried about. At this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself.
What? We heard that you don't have any memories of what happened. Is that true?
It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything.
What is the last thing you remember?
I believe I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave to speak with my father. But I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I thought some fresh air might help me feel better, so I went to the balcony. The one over the Lake Galapron. Yes, that one. The last thing I remember was losing consciousness as I looked at the lake.
And did you cast any magic before this happened?
No, I didn't.
Are you sure you don't remember anything after that?
I don't. All I remember is waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. She was crying over your unconscious body, Mr. Cuthbert.
Well. I feel like we've completely ruled out Mage Knight, so I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can specifically modify or destroy people's memories? It would certainly explain all of this.
No, arcane spells can only affect the physical world. But throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that can affect the mind. There's no recorded history of any of them succeeding.
Recorded history, huh?
But you're assuming that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exists.
Oh.
What? I think you've observed it already. There are magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert?
What? Does he know about the Eye of Horus? Or I think he might be speaking about the demon. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply.
Don't take me for a fool. Several of my associates attended Freya's trial, and they all heard what that demon referred to you as. Heavensborn. If I learned that Lumina had anything to do with this.
Your Grace, I'm not an agent of the Theocracy. And even if what you're saying is true, I wasn't the one who manipulated Steelwind's memories. But I suppose you raise a good point. If something affected Steelwind's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. In fact, it couldn't have been an arcane spell. It was definitely something else.
You're probably right. Which proves that I am responsible for the murders.
No, it doesn't. Like, right, I was thinking about this just now. But if there was magic that took control of somebody else, would the person taken control of be responsible for what happened? Not really, right? Like, I guess at most you could say, oh, I should have resisted the spell. But that's, you know, that's rather shitty. We don't really know about saving throws in this universe, so far it kind of seems like you get hit by a spell, it just happens.
So I don't think you are responsible.
What? You just said you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced that you're responsible for this? I told the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She's clearly involved in this somehow.
There's more to this than you realize, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past few months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders.
We do know something about that.
During each of those cases, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator without issue. But there was always something off about them during the questioning. The murders were always abnormally gruesome and passionate, and each of the perpetrators said the same thing. They all said they had no choice.
No choice?
Cases like this have been occurring throughout Warengard, and very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except one thing. Each of them acted as if someone had controlled them against their will.
They were probably just desperate. Most murderers try to make excuses after they're caught. They could even just be in complete denial.
Warren said the same thing, but these cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I wondered if they were telling the truth. Perhaps each of these murders was committed by an unknown party. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew I was getting closer to something.
The Purple Conspiracy. Seawind, I don't mean to be rude, but this sounds completely insane. You don't even have any physical evidence to prove these murders are connected.
There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. But it does tie each of these cases together.
He takes out a small parchment from her pocket and shows it to you. It's a purple symbol.
Several of the people we arrested had an item with a symbol on it. None of them could remember where it came from, or even what it was. But they all somehow knew that it was called the Purple Mark.
That's not a very distinct name. Oh yeah, that's the Purple Mark. Sure. But there has to be an explanation for this. It could just be some esoteric superstition that we don't know about.
If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Where did I get this parchment from?
You don't mean...
I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined. Whoever I've been chasing must have left it there to taunt me. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw the symbol myself. Either way, this all but proves the massacre at the cathedral is related to it.
Could also be somebody, you know, using your research against you, basically, like, you know, tying this to you by tying it to this case. But I do think it's probably related, because this is the last case, and it would be kind of weird for that entire string of incidents to be unrelated. I don't want to dismiss what you said, but this definitely won't hold up in court.
Nor should it. If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving this dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people.
Wait, are you planning to spend the rest of your life in prison?
If that's what is necessary to keep everyone safe.
But what about Aster? Weren't you two supposed to be married soon? He's the king now, and you can't rule Warengard alongside him from a holding cell.
You're correct, but he's always been a remarkable person. He should have no problem finding another suitress.
Oh, she's sad. You feel an overwhelming sadness emanating from her as she says that.
Arya.
No.
What?
You're not going to sacrifice everything for someone else's actions.
Mr. Cuthbert, I'm not going to risk more lives. If I were to hurt His Majesty, I would never be able to forgive myself. Please don't ask that of me.
Saving you once we... Oh, argument. Well, we haven't built a profile, so I guess we don't have to do anything else to build a case, I guess. But let's see if we have anything to present. No? Alright, fine. I guess let's save first, though. Fork. Seawind is going to throw everything away she cares about for the greater good. Even if she was the one who did all this, she's not the one who's responsible. Can't let her resign herself to a fate like this. Argument. Seawind, are you seriously just going to throw your life away? Let's see, read that profile, I guess. Seawind acts for the greater good of the kingdom, regardless of the amount of suffering she must endure in doing so. She's deeply in love with Aster and will do anything to protect him. However, she's still a rational person and will be receptive to logical arguments. Obviously, the part about her being in love with Aster is a typo that should say Cheesus. But, you know, small typos like that happen in games all the time, you know. Are you seriously just going to throw your life away?
If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, then they can and will do so again. Well, a villain controlled my mind. As long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself.
That's not the issue here. If someone else is responsible for what happened, then we need to find out who they are. They're still out there. But there she probably is going to say, well, yeah, but you don't need me for that, do we?
But that's assuming this person can continue to do so.
We don't know how this mind control works. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. That makes some sense. Threaten. Do you even understand what you're saying? You will lose everything if you just let this happen. That's definitely not the right one. I think this makes the most sense. Like, hey, we don't know if this actually, if or how this works, and we might need you to find out more. But that's assuming this person can continue to do so. You said so yourself. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. We don't know how this mind control works, and we don't have enough information. You can't just drop this without finding out what really happened.
I suppose you're right, but I doubt there was any goal to this. The person responsible was just a sadistic killer. I've been investigating these murders for months, and I've never been able to find any personal clues as to who the perpetrator is. There's no way to connect them to this. Whoever did this was a sadistic individual who wanted to cause as much suffering as possible.
Well, I guess they didn't kill our little boy. That's not true, Stephen. Whoever did this had very specific targets in mind. Both Prince Alaric and the High Speaker saw you when the murders were being committed. Not to mention they saw set a trap for Aster. What? Let's assume that someone was controlling you. They wouldn't have left Alaric, Arceus, or Aster alive if they were trying to kill as many people as possible.
I suppose you have a point there. But even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone was controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. Perhaps you're right, and the perpetrator only wanted to murder the three victims. There's plenty of people who might want to see those three dead.
The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders? What's the argument here? What's the point of her saying that? I feel like I just disconnected from reality or something. Like, huh? Like, what's the point of her saying that? Okay. Maybe? But they did, I guess, maybe? What? Maybe I'm just blanking right now. Didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. They did, because... Marriage meeting, spell compendium, debris, soundproof room, no. Inquisition discovered something was wrong. I don't fucking know, dude. Huh? Her? At first, I don't. Number one, I don't know why this is relevant for her to say that. And two, I don't know how to disprove it. Like this, maybe because we were baited to come here, and not just us. But she also apparently was told to wait for somebody somewhere. But I don't know. I am so blank on this one. Abjuration magic, autopsy report. Murderer's route, I don't know. Place of transportation on his blood. Reactions, compendiums. Was on his way, prayer room, marriage meeting. I mean, I guess they had to come here to set the trap? Wait, where is it? This one, I guess. That not mentioned anywhere else. Here. I guess. Like, they had to have come here to place that spell? Like, okay. There's one thing you're overlooking. Before the murder started, someone trapped Asta within a force cage using Glyph of Contingency. But they didn't harm him. It was probably just a distraction. Even so, this gives us two very important clues. The first is that whoever did this is capable of casting those two spells. This means that the perpetrator was a mage. That's true. But the second clue is is the most important one. Whoever set the trap for Asta, they did so within 24 hours of it triggering. This means that the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral. So it was one of them. That narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance we can identify who did this. And if they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steelwind, you need to fight this. I can't. But why not? Fighting this would put people in danger. If we pursue an individual like this, they might retaliate even more than they already have. But we can't just let them run free. They wanted to remove me from my position. How will they react if I try to resist? They might hurt even more people to send a message. It's far too dangerous. We can't back down in the face of injustice. If we let the perpetrator get away with this, we're letting them know that their actions will go unwarned and unanswered, yeah? I doubt someone like that would go that far. They might decide to lay low and wait for things to die down. Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you. And you have no guarantee that they'd stop here. Who will they target next? Your father? The king? I mean, that might work, but I don't know. I mean, this here specifically mentions her love for Asta. But... let's read this again. Can't back down in the face of injustice. This perpetrator get away with this, or letting them know that the actions will go unanswered. I prefer this, but I feel like this is probably right, but I'll try this. Okay. We can't back down in the face of injustice, no matter the cost. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one putting your loved ones in danger. Yeah, okay, fine. Fine! Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you, and you have no guarantee that they'd stop here. 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of political hierarchy. What if they decide to go after more victims? Who will they target next? Your father? The king? We need to catch them before they can do more harm. I know you're frightened about what might happen to the people close to you. But we can't let someone that dangerous get away with this. Honestly, what I was saying, or trying to say with the first thing I picked, was kind of also that, right? If we let them get away, they can also harm them. But whatever. I just didn't want to sound like a jerk, you know? When you put it that way, I suppose I have no other choice, do I? Yippee! I never realized it before, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You really have a bad habit of butting your nose into other people's business, don't you? Yeah, I suppose I do. But you're right, we can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this, somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert. I think we've known each other for long enough now. Whatever. You don't need to be so formal. You successfully argued against our arrestio, and... perhaps I misjudged you. Let's save your future. I know I agreed to this, but... to fight this, but... what is it? You're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. Wait, you'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. As you probably know, House Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom. And they've nominated my father as the prosecutor for my trial. What? No one believes my theory of mind control. Everyone believes that I overspent my magic and gave myself mage blight.
As a result, they blame House Steelwind for Coralensible's death. Now, the only way for him to redeem House Steelwind is to convict me and sentence me to death. But he's your father. There's no way he would... This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. In her resulting psychotic episode, she massacred an entire village of commoners. Oh shit. No. House Steelwind almost lost everything after that. To redeem himself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution. My father values his duty to Verangard over everything else. Nothing matters more to him than that, not even his family. I want to have confidence in myself, but I don't know if I can face him like this.
Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all of this?
What?
You have the nobility. You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Miss Steelwind?
Because she's innocent. I know she is. She would never be irresponsible enough to give herself mage blight. Mr. Cuthbert. It doesn't matter if she's a noble or a commoner. She's being oppressed by the system, and she deserves a fair trial.
Very well. Well said.
What?
I, Remus Vergile, hereby grant you the privilege to serve as Miss Steelwind's counsel.
Wait, really?
I will be acting as the judge and arbiter of Miss Steelwind's trial.
Oh.
It is within my right to grant such permissions.
Thank you. Does that mean we don't get the usual judge? Your hammer slam, your gavel slam better be impressive, dog. But why would you?
Do you think I've made a mistake?
No, of course not. I'd serve as Steelwind's attorney. If she'll have me. Of course. There's no one else I would trust more than with this. I think that's the first time we're seeing this smile. That's very cute. And please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Please call me by my first name. Celeste has already taken to doing that. But since you'll be defending me, you'll probably need this. Spell Compendium. That's all of spells. Mend wounds, firebolt, shape liquid, dispel magic, steal wind, strike, detect magic, polymorph, and hold creature. Hold creature. Probably wasn't the one that was used on the little guy. Firebolt. Bolt hole. A classic. Point index finger at the target, instant, no concentration. The caster launches a fiery projectile that's hot enough to inflict third-degree burns. This projectile can travel 120 feet without collision before its magic dissipates. Once it collides with something, it will set an object ablaze if it's flammable. Hold creature. It's evocation, so it wouldn't be the spell in question for the little guy. Hold all. Point at the target, concentration. The caster completely restricts the movement of the target. While concentrating on the spell, the target will be unable to move at any part of their body. Even subtle movements, such as the gestures required to cast certain spells, are impossible. As a result, the target will also be unable to move their mouth to speak. Steelwind Strike. Volnus. Raise index finger and pinky. Lots of index finger stuff, huh? The caster strikes targets of their choice within a 40-foot radius with a slashing force. Each slash has the might of a power of a mage blade, and can cut through thick metal armor. It's the ultimate spell of House Steelwind, and its spell formula is a closely guarded secret. That's gonna be important, isn't it? Polymorph. Drom Lee. Point index finger at the target. 1 hour. The caster transforms a target within 30 feet of them into an animal. The animal can be any creature that can fit within a 2x2x2 foot cube. For the duration, the target's senses and intellect will also be changed to match that of the animal they are transformed into. The prince was transformed into a small animal. Nobody noticed him, and he was feeling weird and stupid and stuff because he was an animal. A little guy, a little thing. Dispel magic. Arboreal. We've seen that in effect, but never the explanation, I think. Point index finger. What the hell is with all this index finger pointing, man?
instant. I guess maybe, you know, they were inspired by the Ace Attorney games where you point its index fingers all the time, and were like, what if those could be spells? Choose any magical effect within 120 feet. The spell that is creating that effect immediately ends, unless the targeted spell is immune to being dispelled. However, this only ends the spell's effects. It does not undo the effects of the spell. For example, dispelling a shaped liquid on an affected liquid will only prevent the caster from further manipulating the liquid. It will not unfreeze the liquid or change its shape back to normal. So basically they lose control over the spell, but the spell's current effect doesn't end. But then why, like, that doesn't really fit with Celeste dispelling the invisibility on Marilath, or whatever the name was in the previous case. We'll see how this plays out, I guess.
Then it's settled. We will hold the trial at my home, the city of Ladon.
Ladon? I've never heard of that place.
Speak with Lucio, he knows the location well.
I'm supposed to speak to him? Before you can ask any more questions, the Archduke leaves without a word. He really has a habit of just walking away from conversations. A bad habit. But I guess we should consider ourselves lucky. Even if it's unorthodox, this situation will let us approach this like any other trial. You had no idea what you were in for when you agreed to this, and what proceeded next would be unlike any trial you've ever been in. But even so, you persevered as you've always done in the name of justice, regardless of what you'd have to sacrifice to do so. What does that mean? That sounds ominous.
Tyrion, we're definitely lost.
Looks like some kind of place where you'd find a dungeon or something. You followed Lord Steelwind's directions to the letter, but it appears you've found yourself in the ruins of an old city rather than the estate of the Archduke. I don't understand. This should be the place. Maybe there's illusion magic afoot. The map even has that giant tree north of here.
This can't be the city of Ladon that Regulae mentioned. It doesn't look like anyone's lived here in centuries.
But Lord Steelwind's directions were pretty straightforward, so why are we... Wait a minute.
Did he give us the wrong direct location on purpose?
Please, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for? Lord Steelwind? What are you two standing around here for? The trial will be starting shortly. He's not alone either. He's flanked by a division of the Kingsguard and Arya. But it's difficult to tell if they are escorting her or keeping watch over her. You can see one of the knights channeling a spell over Arya. It must be an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be wary about someone taking control of her mind. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial? Outside? That would be kind of cool. Yes, the Archduke has always been sentimental about this place. And I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough space. What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's even taking the part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting. Before you can ask him to elaborate, he walks past you and heads towards one of the central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. Oh, it's not going to be outside, huh? You were a little worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. You look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her, but she merely shakes her head. It's clear she's just as lost as you are. Alright, I guess we're doing this. Why are there people here? I thought this was supposed to be private. I guess it wouldn't be the same without the of people in the audience. The ruins are filled with everyone who was at the Grand Cathedral that day. And they all seem to be just as out of the loop as you are. The only person who seems to be unfazed by this entire situation is Lord Steelwind. He's taken his position at the opposite end of the room. It seems that he truly plans... Could you shut the fuck up, everybody? He plans on prosecuting his daughter. There we go, jeez. Let me drink some water now.
Thank you all for coming here today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation.
Why have you brought us here? This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin. Yeah, vermin like you.
My apologies, but what happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. I had to choose a location that was away from modern civilization. But nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home.
Wait, you live here?
I do.
Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain. But I want to ask you one last time, is it truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this. What?
I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave Wyvern the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into something monstrous. I grew bitter seeing what I'd created, so I isolated myself from my people. I thought my best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wyvern to fend for it themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. And now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom. All because of my negligence.
Foreign powers? Does he still suspect that you're an agent of the theocracy? I don't think he means us.
Well, no more. It's time that the people of Wyvern and their enemies remember who watches over them.
Is he gonna send this entire building into the sky like some badass? As he raises his hand, magic begins to swirl around him. What's going on? The entire room is so violently shaking. Whatever he's casting, it's unlike any magic you've ever seen before. A blinding light envelops him, but you can faintly see his form changing. Oh, I see the dragon? It's expanding, and from it... Wait, is that... Oh shit! Didn't expect that. What? It's a dragon! As the Archduke assumes his true form, the gallery breaks out into hysteria. Some of them kneel in reverence to the ancient dragon, and some of them cower in absolute terror. You even see some of them attempt to flee before they are stopped by the knights of the Kingsguard.
Enough. This may not be a fort, but I will have order.
You are an ancient dragon. No, you're the last ancient dragon.
That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all Lords. You all stand before Rathalion, the Scaled Lord.
You know, I guess just because the statue was all white, I assumed he was a white dragon, but he's all gold and shit. 1,203 years old. Still don't know about his magic, I guess.
Remus Virgile is an alias I assume when I walk amongst your kin. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wyvern have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. My will alone will determine how this trial ends.
I wonder if Rathalion is still alive, like you said.
I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government.
Right, I did mention that, yeah, sure, yeah. Wait, really?
As the savior of our kingdom, he was given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. His authority technically rivals that of the king.
So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convict any of all of these nobles here.
Make no mistake, Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings and pass judgment when necessary.
Well, that's certainly terrifying.
Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed?
Of course, Your Grace. The prosecution is ready. The defense is also ready?
I'm sure we're all thoroughly aware of why we've gathered here. But for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio?
Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the King's Guard who are still unresponsive. And of course, there's Lloyd von Sanctus, Caroline Sybil, the heads of House von Sanctus and House Sybil, respectively.
What is this farce? This trial has been over before it began. Lady Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wary of mage life.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers that be clearly think that she is unfit to rule at the kingdom at the king's side.
Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death?
Objection!
If I recall correctly, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised as in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her. That's all the more reason to call her to the stand and to explain herself. She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There's no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert. My client has a right to a fair trial. And Beatrice Frege's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play.
Enough. I found Cuthbert's request to be reasonable. And I agree that Lady Frege's actions are quite suspect.
Very well. Let the defense have his battle. I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true. Why is everything a war metaphor with you? Hey, the demon's here too. Beatrice?
I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert.
Not for lack of trying on your part. Hey, don't be like that.
That wasn't... I have no memories of what I did. If I hurt you, I am truly sorry.
She actually looks pretty sincere. But it's not as if this is the first time she's lied to you. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss.
But I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also has no memory of what happened.
And how would you know that? Whoop. Something immediately happened.
Word travels around quickly in the dungeons.
What? Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Perhaps there's a clue there we haven't discovered yet?
Very well. I was with my sisters and my guide, Eris. I was speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sister found me. They said that I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused. But when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of her body. I have no memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. And to make matters worse, there is nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions.
So she's also saying that someone else was controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement. But there's something off about the way she's testifying. If she were trying to lie to you, she would have been a lot more vague. What is she doing? I think she's trying to avoid implicating Eris. Not that she would ever have anything to do with this. Eris is innocent, and even if she did do it, she had a good reason. Guide Eris Melmater, that's where it starts. She's been missing since the massacre happened. I really hope she's okay.
Oh, make no mistake. She's definitely okay.
What makes you so sure? Do you remember anything about what happened to her?
No, but it's just a feeling.
Enough of your speculation. Tell us what happened next, Frege. If they were with you, shouldn't your sisters have noticed this? According to Leife and Miriam, their pet dog was running amok in the hallways. They left the witness with Elmater to chase him down. And when the sisters returned to the garden, both Beatrice and Elmater were gone. I guess the dog, started running when he thought he heard somebody say that. And, yeah. Do you remember anything after that?
No, I really wanted to remember, but I can't.
Lots of purple interference here. I'm calling it purple because, you know. She certainly looks like she's telling the truth, but history shows that she's hardly trustworthy. And you have no memory of what happened?
No, none at all. I can only imagine what I was forced to do while I was unconscious.
Forced? What do you mean by that? Confused, no? So you're also saying that someone else controlled your body?
Yes, it's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room.
Objection!
Hey. Absolutely ridiculous. Arcane magic is not capable of mind control. You're spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself. You're compelled to agree with him. So why do you feel like something's wrong? Because it is.
Think what you will. But please believe me when I say... have no...
Your statement does match up with what happened to my client. But you clearly already knew what happened to her. You could just be using that knowledge to fabricate an alibi.
I suppose I can't blame you for thinking that after what you saw. Mr. Cuthbert, I know it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I am telling the truth.
That remains to be seen.
Nothing indicates so.
Why would you even bring that up?
Well, if you had evidence that someone else was controlling us, it would exonerate both me and Arya. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert, isn't it? Oh, that would be the best case scenario, wouldn't it?
What?
It's nothing.
She looked extremely frustrated for some reason. Can we? Like, we can't check what changed, right? Yeah. I wonder if there was something important in there. If the way she's testifying is a little bit strange. She's immediately concluded that someone had taken control of her. And why would she bring up what happened to Arya?
I realized someone must have taken control of her body.
From what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. Nothing indicates. Like, I feel like this is something we could maybe present something at, but I don't know what. Someone must have taken control of her body. Nothing indicates, huh? I guess we could present this.
Objection!
Okay. Why would she say something like that? You found the contradiction, but it was almost like she gave it to you. Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this. But there is one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely.
And what would that be?
This symbol. You pull out the parchment with the purple mark on it and show it to her.
Meredith, what are you doing?
What's wrong?
He's using his powers to suppress our connection.
Magic.
I can't actually see what you're trying to show me.
Marinath, can you stop being petty and just let her see it? I don't take orders from you, Heavensborn.
I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment?
You see, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout Wyverngard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are. But they all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene.
Objection!
Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into her little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it weren't downright insulting. Lord Steelwind, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this. Nonsense, she clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. I've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it.
Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened?
What are you talking about?
Think about it. My apologies. I don't know why I said that.
About the demon suppressing the vision?
Ah.
Is everything okay, Beatrice?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyways, it looks like you have to figure out the rest out on your own.
Figure out the rest on my own?
What do you mean by that?
There's nothing to figure out. Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. I just got like a strong desire for some steak. For no apparent reason. The defense clearly has no case. End this at once.
Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory.
What? The judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. You shouldn't waste this opportunity. You've actually been noticing it for quite a while. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. It's suspicious, but not in the way that seems to implicate her. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Yeah. Why don't you pull on this thread a little more? She just asked you if you were curious about what just happened. You're not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for elaboration. What event was Beatrice referring to? But whatever she's trying to draw your attention to must be significant. Marineth hid the purple mark from Beatrice. Marineth? He didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally. Why wouldn't Marineth interfere? Marineth is her familiar and he used to follow her orders. But things have clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress... Empress of Discord. That she? I guess Marineth could be female? I don't know. So why would a demon like Marineth interfere like this? The purple mark is related to a demon? Yeah. The purple mark must be related to a demon somehow. That's the only explanation as to why he would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya has been investigating murders throughout Rivengard. Does this mean that her investigation also has something to do with a demon? Arya suspected that each of the murderers was acting against their will. And now both Arya and Beatrice are also claiming they were controlled. How could something demonic control Beatrice? That's a weird question. You can't explain what happened to Arya and these other individuals. But you do know why Beatrice might not have full control of her actions. Marineth? Kid? No. Beatrice? Forgot? How could something demonic control Beatrice? Marineth? Huh? Let's see the other options, I guess. Thought of the actions, the memories, victims, conspiracy, thought of the actions. I guess Beatrice lost control over their actions against their will, but like, that's not how, that's just what happened. Yeah, I didn't think so. But you definitely know a lot less about demons than you'd like to. There must be something a demon can do to compel another person to act a certain way. I guess it must be Marineth. Unveiled? Oh wait, hid. It wasn't hid there just now? No? Guess not? Huh? Unveiled. Control of their actions. I don't know. Killed the victims against their will. No. What the fuck? Yeah, the murderers. I guess. No, this has to be about Beatrice, so it's either Marineth or Beatrice, right? Marineth. Beatrice lost control of their actions against their will. Did we try this already? Yes, I think we did. Due to a blood contract. I didn't see that one. Before the trial. I guess I should have looked at these more. During the massacre, before the trial. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Lost control of the actions due to a blood contract. Okay. But that doesn't... I mean, I guess blood contract is important too, but... Recall what was written on Beatrice's contract during the trial. It said that... it said what would happen if she failed to claim House Rhaegar. Her soul, her mind, and her life would all be claimed by the Empress of Discord. What does this tell us about Arya? If this Empress of Discord owns Beatrice's mind, would that mean they could also control Beatrice against her will? But if that were true, Arya hid. Oh, no. The mastermind created a forged document? Arya... Ah, control of their mind. No, that can't be right, can it? Did Arya seriously sign a blood contract with a demon? But why would she ever do that? But it's the conclusion that makes the most sense. You can't think of any other way someone could control her against her will. And there is one way to find out for certain. And the Divine Edict, that same ability you used against Beatrice during her trial. It was instinctual at the time, but you have some understanding of how it works. It creates a copy of blood contracts between a contract holder and the demon who created it. But for it to work, you need to know the name of the contract holder. In addition to that, you need the name of the demon who created the contract. Which demon did Arya make a contract with? Blood contract with? I guess maybe Eris forced a contract on her that one time she put her to sleep? I don't know. Right now you're only relying on guesswork. But going off of what you know, the demon who made the contract must be an unknown demon. The Empress of Discord. I don't know. Eugene Harrelson, yep. I mean, right? Yeah, the so-called Empress of Discord. She was mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract, but you still have no idea who or what she is, do we not? However, she was mentioned in the blood contract created by Marinath. She must be his superior in some way. That might explain why Marinath doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. You're not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's the closest you can get with what you know so far. You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about? He's probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time. I think I finally figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything. And it would also explain why they didn't have control of their actions.
Objection!
Again with this. If you're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting. Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it would be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide. Damn it. I knew you could do it. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. Arya's blood contract. The blood contract seems strange. Unlike Beatrice's contract, it's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page. There are only a few sentences at the bottom. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. It's signed with Arya's signature. How did that happen? And why is it so empty? No, this can't be true. This is... Hazmat. I mean, hey, I guess that's comparably badass to the gavel slam of the other judge. Enough. Stop rattling amongst yourselves. Objection! No, this is a sham. This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication. It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this. You can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled controlled against her will. With this evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract. But it still doesn't make sense. I agree. Even if Arya was the type of person to sign a contract with a demon, there isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. Why would Arya sign this contract? The Empress of Discord. Created. Arya signed the contract because we placed her trust in. Threatened by, maybe. Looked like. Threatened by. I guess it could also have been made to look like a normal document. That, I guess, might be more likely. Looked like a normal document. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue a divine edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I call for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looked like something entirely different. Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document. Which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day.
Objection!
Enough of this, all of you. Do you see now, Lord Steelwind? Arya was not responsible for what happened. That remains to be proved. What are you talking about? She has a blood contract with that relinquishes her control of her free will. Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert. I mean, I guess if you willingly give up control, then it's more like, you know, causing a crime because you're drunk or something. That's your responsibility. But, if she was tricked into it or something, then, it's different. We'll see. What? I'll admit, the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract. Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this. By the way, I don't think we checked it yet, but he's a Grand General, he's 76, and he knows evocation magic. And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Maranath? Her contract looks very, very different. If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also acquit Lady Frege of the murder of her father. That's hardly the same thing. I, for one, fail to see the difference, because you're stupid, stupid, stupid. A fool made a deal with a demon, and as a result several esteemed members of the nobility were killed. She's your daughter, Lucio. And how does that change anything? Damn it, he seriously doesn't care if he convicts Arya. Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. I could have accepted if she had been reckless and accidentally induced Mage Blight. But to sign a contract with a demon, that only further espouses the need to put her down. Damn. She was clearly tricked, Lucio. Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it? whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. I'm starting to suspect that maybe the prince, now king, is what made her sign that thing, because, you know, he's probably the one person that would be capable of tricking her into something like that. And, you know, he had the most to gain from... Well, I guess no, the king died without this case, but, you know, he just became king, I don't know. Maybe not. I guess, in my mind just now, the what just happened allowed him to become king, but that was actually not really related, so maybe not. But there's a chance. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her. Wait, even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it? Who else was responsible for Aria's actions? The patron? Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Aria's actions that day. Oh, and who would that be? I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Aria Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims.
That's right. They could still be out there. None of us are safe until the patrons have ended.
Surely we can't end this trial while every member of the Warengard nobility is in danger. Well played.
I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Trickery or not, it's clear someone wished ill intent on the nobles.
And until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances of that she signed that blood contract under.
And what would you
have us do, Cuthbert? The contract has no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in their very home. There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Aria was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her.
I see. That doesn't sound as good as a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we've clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations.
Very well.
Let's
save, yeah. Maybe we should stop it here, then? I guess it says investigation. I guess let's see what happens here. You step outside the Scared Lord's lair to get some fresh air. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Celeste looks especially down. From what you've observed, she and Aria have been speaking to each other a lot. They must have become friends over the many times they've met. You can't imagine how powerless she feels right now.
Aria, I'm so sorry.
Don't be, Her voice begins to break. She's always been stoic, but it's clear even she has never has her breaking point. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. But there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. Do you remember if you've signed anything recently?
No, I don't.
Damn it. The patron must have wiped your memory to cover their tracks.
But I still don't understand. Even if I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I would be that careless.
Yeah. Right, as much as I hate to admit it, Lucia was right. You're an attorney like me, and we always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature.
I don't know. I just...
Damn it, we don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into doing this.
That's also possible.
Aria. As you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwind approaches you.
What are you doing here?
Father? Okay.
I can't believe him. How does he have nothing to say?
His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. It's almost as if he was saddened and worried. Well, no matter how he feels internally, he's made it clear that he's your enemy. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him just like everyone else.
We should also head back, Celeste.
We should also head back, Celeste.
Right.
No matter what it takes, you're going to see this through. Nope, I guess we'll head back into the court. I guess we'll keep going then.
Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up where we carried off? How would you like to proceed?
I think we should review what we do know about the murders. We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with. That's correct. So let's start from the beginning. It all began at noon yesterday morning. I was at my house in Ratholme with Arya and my bodyguard Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Gary Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At the time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public. But the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyways. Apparently they were expecting us. That should not have been possible. Due to the solemnity of the situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral. It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through. Or you two entered the cathedral illegally. Come on, bro. Well, I'm sure that knight from the King's Guard can vouch for us. I know about every order given to the King's Guard, and none of them were told to let you through. It's possible the night we met fell comatose like the others, and as long as they are unresponsive, we'll never know.
Perhaps we should continue.
Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went in, to meet with Pierce. Okay, I could save. Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Aster, and Alaric. And around that time, Arya and Aster left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the 3 Frigga sisters and Eris Ilmata. She is a friend of Beatrice Frigga. The King's Guard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to get her instead. Anyways, we left the garden at around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. And at around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and left all nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Galatron. A likely story. Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him within a force cage.
What a despicable act.
Considering what followed, the attack on His Majesty must have been a diversion. Right. It was also at this time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung. And are you saying this patron controlled her as well? No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. Why couldn't they be the same person? The same thing? Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear that the patron and the Empress were in league with each other. Wonderful, another demon we have to worry about. Anyways, the patron and the Empress had all of the pieces they needed. That's when they began the massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body, and they used her to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05 p.m. Presumably, Arya started to fire in the common room around this time. Started a fire, whatever. And since Von Sanctus's body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted the smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate him. To think they would use her to attack the prince as well. Luckily, the effects of that spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony, where she dumped it into Lake Calicrond. High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but was turned away by the knights standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. And at about 2:20 p.m., we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate, and that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes before Arya was finally able to push past her. During their fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. She then used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close to when this happened. This must have happened at 2:30 p.m. If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frigga was actively used in this plan. Yes, and considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. They probably planned how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room. And before Celeste could chase after her, she had already murdered Pierce. Yeah. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The patron had already achieved their goal of murdering the three nobles. So she probably fell unconscious after they released their control over her. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders. Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly has more significance than I'd realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about?
It's fine, you can tell them.
Alright, as long as it's okay with you. I'll drink some water real quick. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are. I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball. Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he sent us said that he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assumed this meant that he wanted me to be his attorney. Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask for help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place? Surely we still have the letter, right? We thought the same thing. And when we arrived for the meeting, it was clear I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent that letter to someone else. You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert. Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron. I will give you that. To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. His testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered. Yes, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood. It's in a grim sort of way, it's almost poetic that he died the same way Flintheart did. But you doubt that will give Celeste any kind of a closure? Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figured out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to find out who did this. I see. That sounds as good a plan as any. Kingsguard, escort Commander or White to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Right, Commander? I'm sorry, I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing right behind me. Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander. Sorry, your scared lordship, sir. Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened. Yeah. I mean, that's a reasonable reaction, I guess. It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor asked Prince Alaric to attacked Prince Alaric, and a fire had broken out in the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwood was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. But when we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room. That's when we found Steelwind and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil too. That's when we realized that she offered all three of them. So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus and Sybil? Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. That fire burned a lot of the physical evidence of his body, off of his body. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence in her body? No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is that she died of suffocation. There's definitely more information you can glean from the investigation. Whoop, I guess we're pressing. Attack none. And this is mainly based on Prince Alaric's testimony, am I correct? Yeah, we still have no idea what transmutation spell she hit him with. I have a good idea. Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after the three of them, the murders occurred. Yeah, it was unfortunate how that played out. If Steelwind really was controlled, whoever controlled her never knew how to get the job done quickly. That leaves the question of how they did this so efficiently. What was that wise? Regardless of who it was, someone assaulted Prince of Wyverngard. We were already dealing with a king who was trapped in that force cage. Honestly, a lot happened in that hour. And most of our attention was focused on keeping the royal family safe. We can already conclude that the attack on the king was a distraction. Whoever orchestrated this must have known we'd focus our attention on keeping the royal family safe. You suppose that makes sense, and the casualties still included many knights from the Kingsguard. They probably had to spread the forces thin to protect everyone else and handle the fire in the common room. What did you do when you arrived at the common room, Commander? Found some knights. Did you see Arya or Celeste? No, we only saw them after the aftermath of the fight. There were marks and craters everywhere in that hallway. Pierce's time of death was 2:45 p.m. And the knights didn't arrive at the courtroom until 3:10 p.m. They didn't arrive at the prior room until well after the battle had taken place.
Wait, wouldn't that mean you were in that room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes?
Why didn't you look for help?
You weren't waking up for some reason, so I kept channeling my healing magic into you. Looking back, I probably should have just looked for help. But even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in that room with her.
Right, sorry. Recalling that moment is clearly taking a toll on her mind. You shouldn't be more careful. There was that thing at the very start of this case about her regretting some brutality, so maybe she will fall to Mage Blight, but probably not. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died. Yeah, and we had no idea what was going on. Pierce was already dead, and you and Steelwind were unresponsive. I can see why I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep. But why would Arya be unresponsive too? We have no idea. We've never even heard of demonic possession until today. For all we know, it could have all been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour. You suppose that makes sense, but could that common thread truly be a mere coincidence? That last statement was a little vague. Perhaps you should ask him to elaborate more on one of the murders? But whose murder should he elaborate on? No one. I feel like we know the least about Sybil's still. But we also just were told that nobody really knows, but let's check. Could you elaborate more on Sybil's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how she died? Using our divination magic, we know she died of suffocation. But we're not exactly sure how. But unlike Von Sanctus, Sybil's body wasn't burned. Shouldn't there have been wounds around her neck if she was suffocated? Well, we found traces of necromancy on Sybil. We think Steelwind cast mend wounds on her body after she offered her. This would have removed any wounds on the body. It's exactly like what happened with Catherine Bellwether. Yeah, the only wounds she has are from the impact of falling into Lake Galacrond. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. Someone must have dumped her body from the white one. Does she even have mend wounds? Yes, she does. I was just unsure. But I guess we could maybe present this here. There was something strange, something darker, but I don't know. I guess let's try, why not?
Objection!
Okay, didn't think so. You grace this and this I fail to see how that proves anything, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, I guess you're right. Alright. Discovered her body in Lake Galacrond. From the High Speaker's testimony, Steelwind must have dumped her body from the balcony above. I don't think we really have anything wrong with that. Debris. Let's try for another one. Wait, how did you know her body was there anyways? When bodies started dropping, we noticed that she was nowhere to be found. One of the Kingsguard cast Locate Creature and realized she was somewhere in the lake. It took us an hour before we finally fished her out. Based on the High Speaker's testimony, she was dead long before that. Despite how much you know, there are a lot of details missing about how Von Sanctus Sybil died. But the Inquisition might have found some clues that you missed. You should have the commander elaborate on what they know about each of the murders. I guess I can still try also presenting the debris. Because, if my theory is correct and the debris came from this spell, then maybe this is, she drowned because she was thrown into the lake. And the debris is just, hey, there's, you know, proof of the stone skin spell being cast, and she drowned because she couldn't, you know, because she was dragged down with the stone armor or whatever.
Objection!
No? Okay. Grace. So where do I press again? I guess here. Steel wind must have attacked. Wait, oh, there's a separate statement. And going by the other must have suffocated her somehow. Ah, okay, well, wait, I guess we can try again. How about this?
Objection!
No? Okay. Somehow. Nah, let's try for the other statement if we still can. Wait, and since someone cast mend wounds on the body, we still don't know how. Yeah, it's going to be a real headache figuring that out. I'm compelled to agree with him. No one saw the murder. The High Speaker only witnessed the moment Arya dumped the body, and even he didn't see that much. Anyways, is Sybil the victim you want to focus on? Perhaps you should ask him to elaborate on one of the other murders. But who's the murderer? This one. Could you elaborate more on Von Sanctus' murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died? Like I said, it's trickier with Von Sanctus' body, with Von Sanctus because the fire partially burned his body, and our divination magic could only tell that he died of suffocation. I see, so there's no other physical evidence? Well, there is one thing. From his burn marks, we do know that he was hit with a firebolt before he died. We're guessing she wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow. So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. From the burns on his body, she was a firebolt. He didn't have anything to defend himself with. How about the thing about the thing around him? Does he have that spell himself, by the way? Force Cage, he does. I think it makes sense to present this here, but I'm not sure if this is what the game wants. Okay. That's strange. What is it now? Commander White, you said that Steelwind attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt before she suffocated him? Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue. But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he cast a Force Cage to repel her? I guess that's true. Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt, and he must have been in immense pain. I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances. I'd normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story. What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert? What implies that Von Sanctus cast Force Cage? Do we have traces of information magic? This one, I guess? No, this one's is somewhat unbelievable. What? Huh? But you remember there's something you found around? Yeah, I know. But that's what I was trying to do here. It tells you where the... Trace of abjuration magic might find around. I guess let's see something else. This one, I guess? Perfect square. Okay, I guess that's the more specific. I think both should have worked, honestly. When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square on the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimensions of that square, it would be 10 by 10 feet. Which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage. Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Objection!
Nonsense. If Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself, he should have been protected from further harm. The defendant wouldn't have been able to suffocate him after that. Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Cage. And once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts. Yeah, keep bringing up the arcane arts, but we know there's more. It is made apparent. Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence. It can't be dispelled and no one could teleport into or out of it. Right, Aster was also trapped in the force cage, and he had to wait for the hour duration to elapse. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait, if force cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible that he ran out of air? That would be a glaring weakness. House von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier. He designed that spell? And before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. Only oxygen can travel through it. Right, and even if they had used a poisonous gas, the autopsy report would have said he was wouldn't have said he was suffocated. How did Arya suffocate von Sanctus? Only oxygen can travel through the bounds of the force cage. So how did Arya suffocate von Sanctus despite all that? She pushed all of the air out. I don't know. Consumed all the oxygen in the hallway. Yeah, with the fire. Ah, yeah. Wait. Arya had no way to... yeah, I get it. Shut up. In the cage. What? Wait. In the common room. Come on. I thought... What? No, Arya had no way to visit it. Shut the fuck up. Consumed. All the oxygen. This makes sense. She cast fires to get rid of all the fire, all of the oxygen, because fire, you know, consumes oxygen. Okay, the fire consumed all of it. Fucking come on. I guess no, I should have been more specific. Force cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. But what if there was no oxygen left in the room? No oxygen. Ah, I see. It was the fire in the common room. The patron knew Arya couldn't harm von Sanctus once he was in the force cage. So she started a fire to eat all of the oxygen within the room. Don't know how this helps the case yet, but we're there. What should have protected him ended up trapping him. And the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate. Well, I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered von Sanctus. But with that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment. Just like the murder of Fierce. And not only that, we assumed that the patron used the same method to kill both Lord von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. But I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances. Correct, there was only one fire. And if Sybil was in that force cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into Lake Galacron, which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere. Then it's clear that our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered. But we still don't know where she was murdered, and the only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker. Which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body. Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good as a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call High Speaker Theon Arceus to the stand. What's wrong? It's nothing. Please carry on. Maybe he doesn't like the church. Kingsguard, escort High Speaker Arceus to the witness stand. He sure has that face, doesn't he? Witness you will testify about. Oh, great and blessed scared Lord! I kind of forgot what exactly the voice was. To think you would grace us with your presence. Oh my God. Ah, forgive me, Lord Rothalion. I spoke out of turn. You must think I'm an arrogant fool. Wow, it looks like the witness is schmoozing the judge for once. How many times do I have to tell you people that I'm not a god? Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I'm not Bahamut's avatar. But you're the scared lord. I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity. This humility, that's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say. I swear to God. He even swears by the god's name. Lucio, please end this. Perhaps another approach is warranted? Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Rathalion calls upon you today. We require your...
You require my blood? Of course, I will gladly give my life to the Scale Lord.
What? No.
Of course, my blood could never be enough.
Would you just let me?
I will do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I'll need some time to gather some followers and...
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god, we just want your testimony. Just tell us what you saw when Miss Steelwind was at the West Ward balcony yesterday. Oh, I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord.
Are we just going to ignore how ready he was to commit mass murder? Be quiet. We just got him to calm down. Oh, these religious fanatics.
I was doing some paperwork in my quarters when I finally lost, and I suppose I lost track of the time. My alarm went off and I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galakrond. I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went towards the prayer room. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there.
Considering the timing of it all, this must have all happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room.
Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scale Lord must have graced me with this divine luck. Please, just stop.
Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there.
Was she waiting for the High Speaker to leave?
Perhaps you should closely examine the timing of these events.
Paperwork...
An alarm?
It's a rudimentary artificery device. I use it to remind me to conduct my daily prayers.
I see. And do you have it set to go off at a specific time?
Yes, it's set to go off at 2:10 p.m., 5 minutes before my afternoon prayers.
Okay. What was her expression like?
It was very cold and emotionless.
The patron must have had control of her when this happened.
Yes, that certainly makes the most sense.
Right. What time did this happen?
It was shortly after my alarm went off. It would definitely be before 2:15 p.m.
Wait. After your alarm went off? So, between 10 and 15? That happened within 5 minutes, I guess? Wait, what?
2:10 p.m., 5 minutes before my afternoon prayers.
Okay, sure. So before 2:15 p.m., the encounter was short. That's when it was... And that must have been Sybil's body.
I suppose so.
You don't sound so sure of it yourself.
It's just that I recall Lady Sybil's garb to be much brighter. Meanwhile, the thing I saw Lady Steelwind throw over the balcony was much darker.
Right, you mentioned that before. It's clear it was just a trick of the sunlight. That balcony is directly above where we found Lady Sybil's body in Lake Galakrond. You obviously saw the defendant dumping the body. What else could it have been?
Yes, I suppose you're right. I guess I'll just try presenting this stuff.
Objection!
Okay, didn't think so. And then I also try presenting this spell.
Objection!
Okay. I like that there's no health bar that you lose for being wrong here, because it allows you to just, experiment a bit. Praetor was probably trying to keep her on track, but I'm surprised she didn't attack you. Even if the patron was trying to frame her, she hadn't killed Pierce yet.
Yes, I'm a little confused about that myself. But perhaps I should just be happy I came out of that encounter unharmed.
Anyways, how long did you take? Did you talk to her?
Our encounter was very brief since she was ignoring me. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 minutes.
Wait, did I accidentally not present the thing? Yeah, no, I did. Okay. Right, and these guards are still comatose? It makes you uneasy that you still don't have any explanation for that. Did the Empress of Discord use some kind of demonic magic to do that? The Eye of Horus doesn't leave magical traces, so it's possible that demonic magic is the same. Either way, it's awfully convenient she left right before the attack on the prayer room happened. But you suppose you'll have to put a pin in that for now. Anyways, what time did this happen?
I believe that was 2:15 p.m. That's when I usually arrive at the prayer room.
You were in your quarters during the massacre?
Yes, as I've mentioned before, my room is magically soundproof. My guards and I were woefully unaware of what was happening. We didn't know what was happening until some members of the King's Guard came to inform me of what was happening to the king. What happened to the king.
So members of the King's Guard were there with him, and he mentioned that his guards were there too. They can all probably verify this, but it's still a little hard to believe how close he came to harm that day. Anyways, how long were you in your quarters for?
I waited there until the King's Guard notified me that it was safe. I think I waited there until 3:15 p.m.
Which was around the time that Arya was arrested. There's a very small time frame between Sybil's death and Arya's attack on the prayer room. Sybil's attack, Yeah, Sybil's death. Yeah. The details of his testimony could make a huge difference depending on when each event happened. We should see if he remembers the exact time each part of his testimony occurred. Kind of already did. But I currently don't have anything to present in my brain. I want this to be something where I present it. This to be the thing where I present something, I guess. But given that this is all about time and shit, I don't know. 2 minutes. What do we know about this? Died at 2:45 p.m. When, I guess... What's shape liquid, blah blah. Murder's route. I'm blanking right now. I don't know anything right now. But I guess we do have the letter. It's right here. Do we not have anything that states when the commotion started, essentially? Because, like, yeah, he died at 2:45, but that's, you know, that's way far away from 2:15 and that stuff. So that's not what they're, you know, what's important here. Very small time frame between Sybil's death and Aris' attack on the prayer room, right? Not the murder. I feel like this entire time frame thing is just not meshing with my mind. Afternoon of the murders, Liz McCoy heard a suspicious sound. Leading to the prayer room. Blah, blah, blah. Arya didn't respond to Celeste. Died at 2:18 p.m. Wait. Okay. That might be important. But where do I present that? There's lots of 2:15s in here. Wait, no, okay, maybe not this one there. It was before 2:15 p.m. I guess, yeah. It couldn't have been her body because she wasn't dead yet. Okay, that actually makes it really simple.
Objection!
I checked the wrong thing. Because I was so focused on the prayer room. Wait, what? Is something wrong? There is, but I'm not really sure what it means. I do, though. Stop stammering and say what you want to say. Hi, Speaker. You said that you saw Arya dumping something over the ledge of the balcony. There's no need to be so vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that he saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body. That's the thing, Lord Steelwind. It couldn't have been Sybil's body. Or it could have, before she was dead. What are you talking about? The location from that balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly. That may be, but the witness just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m. Wait. You see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into Lake Galacrond before 2:15 p.m. if her time of death was 2:18 p.m.? I see, that does seem peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. There would be no other explanation for how it ended up there. Yes, that is also true. Perhaps she was also still alive when Arya threw her off that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. And even if there was sleep, she wouldn't have survived a fall from that height. The distance from that balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. And the autopsy report says that the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force. Right. So when did she die? She died before she was thrown. She died while she was falling. She died after she hit the water. That didn't do that sound, so maybe I'm wrong about all this. She must have died after she hit the water. But Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said that she would have died upon impact. But that's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. Okay, so I was right. Slow fall, and then still drown because oopsies. She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't as damaged as despite falling from such a great height. Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast a spell, she would have used that spell to slow her descent. And she wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake of that she'd done that. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. Which spell did Sybil cast on herself? Well, yeah, Slow Fall. And somebody else casts something, no? She wouldn't cast that on herself. That wouldn't make sense. I'm gonna go with this, even though it's kind of weird here to say that here. No, Sybil could have used Hera. Yeah, she could have used Slow Fall. But if she did, she wouldn't have taken any injuries from hitting Lake Galacrond. For whatever reason, she must have been protected by another spell. One that lessened the impact, but didn't completely negate it. I thought, okay. Wait, let me check her autopsy. Body was found floating in nearby lake outside the room. It doesn't say anything other than suffocation. Shape liquid? Did she have that spell? She had Slow Fall, Foresight, Strike True, Detect Magic, Stone Skin, and Mend Wounds. Stone... I guess she casts Stone Skin on herself? But that's really... I mean, hey, whatever. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself. Stone Skin. If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. Almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing. That object was actually Lady Sybil protected by a layer of stone. But that still doesn't explain why she would cast that instead of Slowfall. He's right. Why did Sybil cast Stone Skin on herself? Well, I don't know actually. Sybil was Jarkis again? No. Stone Skin. Well, before being thrown into the lake. I guess she did it to protect herself, but it didn't really help in the end. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast that spell in response. That would protect her from the Steel Wind Strike. It would? Damn, what a weak-ass spell. I mean, I guess the Stone Skin spell is specifically to defend against everything. But still, come on. But that doesn't seem quite right. What do you mean? I may not have seen much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she? No. That's a good point too. The High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil. But if we assume my logic is correct, she would have also still been alive. Well, yeah, obviously. Why was Sybil motionless despite being conscious? Because she was unconscious. Wait, no, she wasn't. Sybil was affected by a spell. Okay. She must have been affected by a spell, and considering it kept her from resisting Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast that spell. Which spell did Arya cast on Sybil? Let's see. Alright, a hold creature. It was hold creature. In D&D it was hold person, but it, makes sense that it would be creature also. Sybil must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell. And Sybil died by suffocation. That's right, Lucio. How did Sybil suffocate? Well, that's what I've been trying to say the entire time, but I guess there were some steps in between that I didn't know beforehand. Even if she was restrained, Sybil was still protected by Stone Skin. That would have left only one option for the patron. Sybil drowned in Galacron. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galacron. Her Stone Skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's Hold Creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing her spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. I believe that covers all three of the murders then. Yes. Lord von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast Hold Creature on her. And Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shape liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron used some of the victim's magics against them. But how does that connect to Pierce? Did he cast shape liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it against him? No, but he was knocked unconscious alongside you. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyways, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage, and they also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. And in Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had Stone Skin active. They also knew that hold creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own Stone Skin. Not only that, they did all of this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly. So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the four pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications. Something they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something there, so why can't you see it? It's no use. You just can't piece it together yet. But you're not finished yet. There's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. What's similar about some of the targets? I guess my theory about the king is maybe more likely again, because, you know, when you think about it, he specifically spared his brother. And he would, you know, as the king / crown prince, he would have some knowledge as well about magics, wouldn't he? So I think he's even more suspicious now than I thought before. The victims were Lloyd Von Sanctus, Caroline Sybil, and Gary Pierce. What's a similarity that we can draw between the at least two of them? Corruption, murder, Von Sanctus, and Pierce. Are convicted murderers. Of pillar families? No. I guess murderers of the common folk, right? No? No, the victims were Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. Yeah. It doesn't quite work for all three of them. But there's a common thread between at least two of them. I mean, two of them were, you know, of the pillar families, but I feel like, you know, there's no way to make Pierce, like, connect Pierce to that, but there is a way to connect murderers to Sybil, potentially. We just don't know it yet. But I guess I'll try this first. Von Sanctus and Sybil are house leaders. That's done. That's not where I would go with this, but okay. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses. Are you saying that Patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the Four Pillars? That's the motive that makes the most sense. No, it's not. But that does leave one question. I guess it's also possible that somebody else took care of Pierce. But then why would, you know, the encounter and, you know, I don't know. Don't be coy, I'm not daft, Cuthbert. Actually, I highly doubt it was you. Really now. Out of most of the people here, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Wyvern military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre. And you wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so. So why wasn't Lucio targeted then? From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. But there's also another explanation. Why didn't the patron target Lucio Stillwind? Lucio? The patron, I guess, who wanted to frame? No, I don't know. Wanted to frame Stillwind using Arya. Patron made no attempt to kill Lucio Stillwind, and when they were controlling Arya, they didn't make any attempt to hide her actions. They wanted people to see her. I mean, yeah, doesn't this fit that? Patron. Tyrion using Arya, I guess that way around it? No? Made no attempt to kill Lucio. And when they were controlling Arya, they didn't make any attempt to hide her actions. They wanted people to see her. Yeah. It has to be the Patreon, right? The patron, I mean. Wanted to... None of these make sense. Other than Frame, I feel like. Ah, okay. I guess I thought all of these would be like using something or whatever, but here. Okay, I see. Wanted to frame House Steelwind for the murders. Okay, but like, the thing I said, using Arya, would have also been the same statement. Please. If you ever like remaster this game or something, please make it so that multiple things can fit here, because a lot of them do make sense. I've had that so many times in this fucking game. The patron wanted people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him. That's why they used my daughter. Is that a tinge of anger you feel from him? Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened?
We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to Mageblight. She would have been convicted of the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would have been forever been diminished.
About a month ago, House Freyja lost its head, and his successor, Leife Freyja, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now the heads of House Von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being held responsible for it all.
All four of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre.
But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume that the patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families. Except for the murder of Garrick Pierce. Yes, in contrast to Sybil and Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison. Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Linhard McCoy. Why did the patron target Garrick Pierce? Why would the patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man? Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents. I don't know why that, would be bad for them, but, well, maybe it's really related. The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents, at least he claimed to. My parents? Do you remember what Pierce said when we showed up for the meeting? Oh, you finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decide... Wait, you two. You got the... We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. I did send the letter, but not to you two. We weren't the intended recipients of the letter. That's right. So that leaves one last question. Who did Pierce originally send the letter to? The patron. There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place, the patron. But that means... The patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's patron parentage. Roar.
Order in the court.
But I don't understand. I'm sorry, I know this is a lot to take in, but I think that they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with us. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron instead sent the letter to me. But why go to the trouble of luring Yui there? They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made their way to murder him. Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste too. What? They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone, and the information he had was about her. Patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me.
By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threat Celeste would pose to them. But who would be threatened by such information? The mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have something to do with her birthright. Right. So who would that leave? The royal family, House Frege, House Steelwind, the Eye Taker. Well, the royal family. Or maybe not. King de Verangard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member to the royal family? You think I'm a princess? I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. And when it comes to conflicts of inheritance, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes. But that wouldn't entirely make sense. What do you mean? If McCoy was abandoned at the tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child. Okay, I don't know why you have to bring that up. My point is that King Olivier wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage. That's disgusting. That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child, and he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances. Unless maybe he isn't of pure blood, but she is. But he somehow, how old is he? He's not that much older. Well, we'll see. Right, I see what you mean. I suppose that eliminates Aster for now. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. So, who would that leave? I don't think the Eye Taker. Steelwind, I mean, it would be kind of funny if, you know, or maybe even foreshadowed, if Celeste and Arya were sisters. But would that make sense? Because that would mean that, like, Tyrion would be the one that got that letter, and doesn't really make sense. Frege doesn't order, you know, that doesn't really make sense, does it? The Eye Taker? But nobody, like, I guess I'll try Frege, because, like, it's kind of about who, you know, like, who would have gotten that letter. But House Frege? It can't be the Eye Taker. And House Frege, I guess I'll try this even though I don't know. As much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only pillar family whose house leader survived the past month. You think I'm McCoy's biological father? You're barely a father to your actual daughter. Yeah, I don't know about this. I'm only stating that possibility for the sake of argument. As I've said, it wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwind would be blamed. But we need to consider every possibility. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. Yeah, good thing we moved on from that quickly, but that doesn't make sense to me. Would House Frege have any power over the thing? I guess no, maybe the Eye Taker does make the most sense. Because, you know, the knights knew, or there was some arrangement that somebody from outside the families would come. Meaning it wouldn't actually have been one of these. So actually the Eye Taker does make the most sense in that way. And I guess the Eye Taker would have some power to, you know, not legally, but to free the guy and get him out of there somehow. So I guess maybe, actually. What if the Eye Taker orchestrated this whole thing? The Eye Taker, that common criminal. What reason would he have to do this? I've heard firsthand, but I guess then that would make him the father. No, that doesn't. I guess not. That doesn't really make sense either, does it? I've heard firsthand that he was planning to expand his influence throughout the Wilwangard. He was actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Frege to do so. Since I ruined his original plans, setting up that massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the royal family and they were planning to use her to take the throne? But if he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her?
Not only that, he also had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he had placed a more lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty might have very well died alongside Font Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. Yeah, I suppose you're right. But we need to consider every possibility. I don't like. We didn't even get a checkmark for that. That's weird. Maybe we just don't have the full picture yet, and then after that we'll do that one again. I recall during Beatrice Frega's trial, we heard William Frega's last will and testament. It mentioned that House Frega's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children. And if McCoy were to be revealed as Frega, his daughters would be legally obligated to share the estate with her.
Could I seriously be a Frega?
I don't want to suspect Leife or Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. And as we've seen, the Fregas are no strangers to making deals with demons. But it still doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leife or Miriam would do something like this.
What are you basing that on?
I tend to be a good judge of character, and they just don't seem like the type to do something like this. Very convincing. But you're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this. I suppose you will have to see.
But I can't think of anyone else.
Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect. Yeah, your logic is clearly flawed. Well, you don't see him coming up with any ideas.
Maybe there was another family that people don't know about anymore.
There's something here I'm not seeing, but I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties this all together. Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is. I am loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Wyverngard. Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyverngard and magic. Do you know who this demon is?
I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes, but whoever the Empress is, they are brave to do so blatantly encroach on my domain like this.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there.
We've obtained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed? What is it, Mr. Cuthbert?
I can't help but feel that there's something here I'm not seeing.
I just can't put my finger on it. We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we can look into these new leads.
I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look into what we've discovered today.
Then it's settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now. But you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning.
You're all free to return to your homes for the time being. But make no mistake, the King's Guard will be keeping a careful watch over all of you. There's still this constant nagging sensation in the back of your mind.
Hey, Tyrion.
It's as if you've forgotten something extremely important.
Tyrion.
What is it? What could be so important yet so difficult to remember?
Tyrion.
Sorry. I was just thinking about everything.
You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house to rest?
No, we only have a day until the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will dissipate.
But you already know what happened. You just don't know who did it.
Yeah, but we should speak with the suspect again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the eye of the force.
But one of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him?
I suppose I'll have to speak with him too.
What? No. What if he tries to kill you again?
Arya's life is on the line. That's just the risk I'll have to take.
Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into?
What?
Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade?
Ouch.
You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole thing is crazy, isn't it?
It's fine. It's just like any other of our investigations.
It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't...
Her voice begins to break. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre?
I'm fine. I already told you that you didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion.
I know.
Tyrion, you almost died.
I know, Celeste.
No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you all lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were...
She can't even complete that last sentence. Celeste, you were so focused on everything else that you've been ignoring her. She was attacked by Arya and almost died. You never even thought about how traumatic that must have been for her. I'm sorry. I didn't think...
Don't apologize. Just please just leave this to the Lucio and the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already. They can figure the rest of it out.
And what if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me.
But what if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya would spend the rest of her life in prison.
What if I could have done something to prevent that?
I don't care if that happens.
Celeste.
I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this. But all I want is to keep you safe. And I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore.
Even she seems surprised by what she said.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I'm really happy you're part of my life.
What?
I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. And I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but...
You're not going to stop, are you?
It's like I've always said.
Ah, man, king or god, nothing would stop you from getting justice for your clients. I'm going to talk to Lucio.
What?
If we're going to meet the Eye Taker again, we're bringing some knights with us.
Celeste, that's hardly...
Nope, you don't get a say in this. And if you're not here when I get back, I will find you.
Judging from her expression, it's not an empty threat. Fine, just go. She might have a point, though. Before everything happened, you weren't even sure if you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should consider a safer, quieter life after this is all done. Perhaps a life with her? Wait, what?
Alright, Lucio's cleared it.
It was surprisingly easy to convince him. No,
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Let's not waste any more time. Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her.
Hey, don't walk so far ahead.
You need to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake. But when this is all over, you'll... Well, you suppose you don't have to think about that until then. Alright. Yeah. Let us end it here, then. I don't know how much longer this goes. Maybe it'll just be another hour or so, but it'll probably be at least another 3, right? That's worth another episode. Don't want to go another 7 hours. Probably longer today. So, let's end it here. On a somewhat positive note, with some little romancy bits. And I'm gonna thank you for watching. Hanging out. And, getting all up in the demon's business. Or something. Some demons. While always maintaining that Eris did nothing wrong. And I hope you'll join me sometime. I hope that the rest of my PC arrives tomorrow. The tower arrived today, but obviously that alone doesn't do much. I hope the rest arrives tomorrow, and then I'll try to build that thing, and then hopefully I'll be able to stream. But if it arrives and I can't make it work quick enough for some shit, then maybe there won't be a stream. But I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow, whether the PC arrives or not. We'll see what happens. So, until then, or any other time that you decide to grace me with your presence, I say, Otskara sama, and bye-bye.